with our turnout, and I imagine you are as well. I was going to call for a round of applause in a couple minutes, but you beat me to it. So we've been together in person as a statewide movement. We haven't been since 2019, since some of us were in Newport Beach. Raise your hand if you were able to come to that conference. I think there are a lot of you. Great. Good. Well, the conference planning team and the staff and I are so excited that you are here, and we're very eager to share this day with you. We named the conference Fulfilling Our Potential because we stand as at a threshold. Our villages are strong, new villages are under construction, and the wider aging world knows who we are. California's population is aging, and the attention and the care focused on older adults and their caregivers, their families, their friends, their communities of support and professionals is high. For me, it's like a river. We're on a river. We are going down Class 4 rapids in the aging services ecosystem. So the Governor's Master Plan for Aging, which you're going to hear a lot about today, is the blueprint for guiding construction of multiple systems to meet their needs. And this plan is galvanizing local and state government, philanthropy, business, healthcare, and the nonprofit sector to invest money and intellectual capital in supporting older adults. So thanks to you and to our coalition, to the collective, we're included in the Master Plan for Aging. And so now we're part of the planning for the systems that will ensure that older adults, their caregivers, their families, and their communities thrive. So this report in front of you, which we're really proud of, and was a long time in coming, describes what villages are and how they contribute to fulfillment of the Master Plan for Aging's goals. And I'm going to guide you through this in the afternoon. So more coming, but please look at it during the day. So this is my message. We must seize this moment. Carpe diem. The door is wide open for villages to enter the aging ecosystem at the local, regional, and statewide levels. And stepping through it is our opportunity to build sustainability. Okay, and sustainability is that goal that we are all reaching for and that really fueled the formation of Village Movement California. Back when our founders were dreaming about us in like 2015. So today's conference is designed to equip you and your village to meet this moment. So please take advantage of every opportunity to learn and to connect. It's going to be a long day. It's going to be a packed day. You're going to get really tired at 1:30 when we've got our researchers from NORC at the University in Chicago talking with us about the missing middle. And then you have to go to a breakout session, and then you have to listen to me again. It's going to be tough, but you can do it. Okay? You can do it. I know you can do it. We are also video recording most of the sessions, and I want to thank Craig Griffith of Ashby Village in the back for recording, and he'll be putting together a video that you can share with your fellow village people back in your community, and then we'll also make the slide presentations available. So as we begin, I want to show one slide. It's the guidelines for cross-cultural communication. And I'll say a little bit about it. So we've been working with these guidelines for the last 3 years, and if you were online in our conference in 2020, I think, or 2021, we introduced these guidelines as we were digging into this enterprise of diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And we all bring our unique and diverse identities to the village, whether we're introverts or extroverts, whether we've been married or partnered or we're single. We have our racial and ethnic identities, our sexual orientation, and we all bring culture to our villages from our families, from our heritage. And so these guidelines are meant to help us to hear each other and learn from each other for the greater good. And so I think it's hard probably to see because there's so much light. Try it on, be willing to try on new ideas. Practice self-focus. Speak about your own experiences. You don't need to generalize. If you are called on, or if we're going to ask for a lot of participation, you can pass if you feel like passing. Please don't blame or shame yourself or other people for not knowing something, or for maybe saying something that another person is upset with. Practice both and. We love to say, I hear you, but. No. There are multiple realities, multiple experiences happening at every moment. Right now, there are 120 different experiences happening. So let's embrace them all. It's and. Listen. Practice mindful listening. That's something I have to learn every day. Move up, move back. I think this is an important one. We want you to contribute. We want everybody to contribute. And we want you to step up if you haven't, and we want you to step back if you've already said something. And one of the things we're going to do later when we're taking comments from the large group is that we'll make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak before somebody speaks twice. And so this is modeling a way of being together where everybody gets a voice. Confidentiality, if you hear really personal stories, you don't need to share those outside of this group. You can talk about what you learned. And then finally, understand the difference between intent and impact. And so, sometimes when you say something to your child and they're hurt, and you're like, but I didn't mean that. And they're like, yeah, but you're not listening. It hurt me. The impact was different than the intent. So one of the things we want to always be working on, and again, it's a journey, is the difference between what we intend and how it lands on someone else. Because really, we're about creating community of belonging. So these are our guidelines, and we're just working with them. And I just wanted to remind you of those. So I want to introduce, so we're done with that slide. I want to introduce a few people and groups before we start the program. And I encourage you to seek them out and to meet them and to network with them. So stand up when I call your name. So one of the most exciting developments is that we have staff now. And I want to introduce Patrick Shandrick, our communications manager. He's based in Los Angeles, West Hollywood. Carolyn Ross, who is our Director of Strategic Initiatives. I want to introduce Yvette Leong, who serves as our Organization Development and DEI coach. The conference planning team. Stand up. Where are they? Maybe they're working. Our board of directors. I think the board of directors of Village Movement. How about new and forming villages? And let's see. Lisa's already stood up. She's with the California Commission on Aging. Is Joe Coberry here? Yeah, AAA. Okay, where did she go? Is Maria Kalina here yet? Okay, she'll be here. She's with the California Collaborative for Long-Term Services and Supports. We have our Director of Strategy for the Master Plan for Aging, Jacqueline. And there's probably more of you, but the point is that we've invited stakeholders. We've invited people here who represent statewide organizations who are really interested in what we're doing, and let's talk with them and get to know them. And so to continue those introductions, I want to thank our sponsors, our partner sponsors. We have our delegation from AARP California. If you could stand up. And I want to thank Louise for being a faithful partner of ours for the last 5 years, and in particular. Senior Medicare Patrol, California Health Advocates, we have Tatiana and Christina. California Phones, Carmen Garcia. Carmen's been with us a few years. Helpful Village, Manuel Acevedo. And then we have 2 villages, Westside Pacific Village, and Carol Kitabayashi was unable to come at the last minute. And then San Francisco Village are sponsors. And then we also have the California Association for Area Agencies on Aging. Michael Costa, I think, is going to come later in the morning. So all people for you to get to know. We have a sponsor area over past the restrooms. Please engage with them. So I think now I'm going to invite Joe Garbanzos, president of AARP California, to make a few welcoming remarks. And I'm really thrilled that Joe's here. We've had lots of conversations about the village movement and the opportunities for expansion among all of California's diverse communities of older adults.
Hold this, all right. So I'm not very good at multitasking, so if I got this, just look at my eyes and you get the message. In any event, thank you for the kind introduction. Thank you for welcoming the AARP team. I am Joe Garbanzos. I am the state president of AARP California. So I'm one of the members of Team AARP California. And I suspect, just like many of you here, I'm a volunteer. So a big hand of applause to volunteers. I'm good. So firstly, let me share with you my proclivities, my biases. I'm a fan of our executive director here. So I've been following her work and her team for the past several years. Impressive, considering the challenges in the past 5 years. So let's give her a hand. So AARP is the biggest nonprofit and nonpartisan organization. And we subscribe to the idea that the aging population should be given options in aging gracefully and in dignity. And that means living in their community. And the village movement is an aspirational concept that provides that opportunity. The outcomes are quite promising as far as the village movement is concerned, right? It's part of the master plan for aging. It informs policies and provides information to families, older adults, on best practices in living in a community. So it's a very promising movement, and it's a delight to see it grow, especially here in California. But the future is difficult to predict, right? The past couple of years, 3 years, have seen unintended consequences when it comes to the pandemic. But I think there are some indicators that the village movement can provide a model on how we can cope when it comes to the unpredictable future. The other fact is demography is destiny, right? Demography is destiny. And as we age, it creates opportunities and challenges. At ARP, we support the movement for livable communities. The village movement is livable community in action, where you leverage capabilities, resources within the community to build policies and great practices that will help aging people 50 plus years old to live with dignity, gracefully, and with purpose. So we are hopeful in the promise and the progress gained, and we expect that as we move forward, more outcomes will come out from the front movement. So we join you in celebrating the success of the village movement and looking forward to working with you in achieving great goals. Thank you very much.
Okay, I made a mistake. I did not introduce Bob Rosenthal from Run My Village. Where's Bob? Stand up. Okay. And so he was also a sponsor, and he flew out from Chicago. So note, I love making mistakes in front of big crowds because it just models that we all make mistakes, right? And we go, oh my gosh, and we make repair and we just move on. So I'm going to move on, and I'm going to introduce Barbara Sullivan. Barbara came from the East Coast, New Jersey. She is the executive director of Village to Village Network, and we're so happy to have you here today, Barbara.
I gotta hold it and juggle. I love that. Thank you, Charlotte. Good morning, everyone. It's actually noontime for me. Thank you so much for including me in this wonderful conference. I bring greetings from our network of 350 villages from around the United States, 280 in development and about 70 in development, and that fluctuates back and forth. I'm looking forward to hearing about the great work, and I heard a lot of it last night. I met a lot of you, the work that Village Movement California is doing to promote the village model. I am actually very happy to share some exciting news with all of you. We continue to work on projects that we feel beneficial to all villages. First of all, please check out, if you haven't, on our website, our village Leveraging Resources Handbook. And I have one copy, because I couldn't find a print place around here. You can thumb through it, but you can also download it. And it's a guide to how to work with your area agency on aging. There are 10 case studies. Yay, California, you're predominantly highlighted in those case studies. So check it out, it's great. And you can actually just click on it and download it. You don't have to log in. And it's great when you're having a conversation with your area agency on aging. Second, we are pleased to announce that we just received a grant from the National Council on Aging to lead an initiative for vaccine awareness with our villages and clinics and education and outreach. So we're very excited about that. We will be awarding sub-grants in early August as part of the project to villages. In addition, we are, and we'll be announcing it next month, partnering with a major medical organization on evidence-based research and the health benefits of the village model. So we're really excited about that, and we will be looking for some focus groups. So look for information coming out. Last but not least, we do have our national conference. It will be virtual. Well, actually, we have a hybrid going Our virtual will be October 3rd and 4th, and it's a great lineup. We had more submissions for proposals than ever before. So look for that. Registration is open. And then we're going to have a joint Village to Village Network and Washington Area Village Exchange, which is similar to Village Movement California. We'll have a joint conference on October 17th in Silver Spring, Maryland. And so that registration is up and running on our website as well. I look forward to meeting all of you. If you have any questions during the conference about the network, feel free to hit me up. And I thank you again.
Great. So now we're going to hear from Kim McCoy-Wade. And Kim McCoy-Wade is the Governor's Advisor on Aging, Disability, and Alzheimer's. So she's in the cabinet, and she says hello to us from Sacramento. So we're going to show this greeting.
Good morning, Village Movement. My name is Kim McCoy-Wade, and I'm the Governor Gavin Newsom's advisor on aging, disability, and dementia, and I'm delighted to be with you all virtually. I've had the enormous privilege of getting to know the Village Movement and working with the Village Movement since really the Master Plan for Aging movement began way back in 2017, 18, 19, when the executive order was issued calling for an age-friendly California, a California for all ages and abilities. And you all have been there from the very beginning. Good morning, Village Movement. My name is Kim McCoy-Wade, and I'm the Governor Gavin Newsom's advisor on aging, disability, and dementia, and I'm delighted to be with you all virtually. I've had the enormous privilege of getting to know the Village Movement and working with the Village Movement since really the Master Plan for Aging movement began way back in 2017, 18, 19, when the executive order was issued calling for an age-friendly California, a California for all ages and abilities. And you all have been there from the very beginning, at early meetings, early Wednesday webinars, and indeed in the first set of initiatives the Master Plan for Aging directed all of government, all communities, all leaders to come together to do. I'm so proud of where you've come in the last 5 years, where we've come in the last 5 years, where we've come together, most importantly, to make sure that your model is more inclusive, higher quality, and scalable all across the state through partnership, through gatherings like these, and all that you have been doing and will continue to do. You know, I do think, in talking to Charlotte, you all are coming together at the right time, in the right place, with the right message. In order to take this movement to the next level, the Village Movement and the movement for age-friendly California, we do need to build these connections in communities and care that includes all ages and abilities. You know, the governor and the first partner are right aligned with your work in that we are prioritizing volunteering. I think you know California now has a larger volunteer corps than the national corps, and that we want to do it intergenerationally, culturally competent, sustainable way. The Experience Corps just launching in California now to help older adults care for each other and across the generations. Second, don't have to tell this audience, loneliness, connection. The governor likes to say belonging. The Surgeon General is telling us that loneliness is a big part of the problem, and how do we build that belonging, that sense of community and care and connection? Well, Village Movement is part of that story. And like you, we are just all working together, arms linked, to make California the very best place to live, a very long and a very vibrant and very connected life. So I would leave you with not just appreciation and not just our alignment, but also a challenge that I've been giving to all of the groups that I have the privilege of being with, even virtually, is that it really is time for us to all come together, not just for our programs, but for our whole sector of home and community care. It is time for a home and community care movement, and I urge you not just to be the best that you can be, but again, to link arms with everyone, making it possible for all Californians to live where they choose, with the care that they choose, and the connection that they choose, without isolation. So I can't wait for this table to be formed across all the home and community care space, and I know Village Movement will be there as a leader and a partner, and I'm so grateful for all you have done, all you will do. Thank you for the work you do every day, and I wish you the very best for a meaningful and memorable and movement-building day. Thank you.
I'm so happy to hear her message to us. So we're now going to turn to the first session of the conference. I'm really thrilled to have Donna Benton and Kate Hopke join me for a conversation about villages as communities of care. So I'm going to ask you both to come up to the stage and find a seat, find your seat, and we'll have a conversation. Donna is a prominent leader in the field of caregiving, both in California and in the nation. And she's based at the USC Leonard School of Gerontology, where she teaches and also directs the USC Caregiver Resource Center. Donna was a member of the Master Plan for Aging Stakeholder Advisory Committee, and we didn't talk about this beforehand, but what other committees are you on now? Stakeholder Advisory. You may remember that Donna spoke with us a few years ago during a workshop that we held on caregiving. So she's back today, and I don't think she likes this, but I call her a giant in the field, and she's a mentor and a colleague. Kate is the executive director of San Francisco Village and a co-founder of Village Movement California. She continues as our board chair. Kate has been building community for over 40 years. She got her start creating mothers clubs for new moms. I think part of that was to address their isolation and loneliness 40 years ago, ahead of the curve. And mothers clubs continue to thrive, and they've supported over 1 million mothers, right? Good. She's my partner and my inspiration in this work of uplifting the village model in California. So we're going to switch mics, and I'm going to go sit down, and we're going to talk together. Great. So our first question, we want to get to know our speakers. Donna, when we were preparing for today's conversation, you shared, Kate asked you how you got into the field of aging, and you shared a great answer. I'm wondering if you could share that with our audience.
So my introduction to aging was in high school, and I, you have to do like volunteer in high school, and so I ended up with the Gray Panthers and Maggie Kuhn. Some of you may remember her, and I was, we didn't know what we were doing, of course, in high school, so they'd send us into the nursing home and say, just go and talk to people in the nursing home, and then come back and tell us what you see. And so we'd come back and we'd tell, like generally car stories, and then, of course, it turned into all of the advocacy that took place later in the nursing home. But one of the things I remember from my experience with and listening to Maggie whenever she's come to meetings is that she said, if you want to make it better for you, you have to start now. And so and I selfishly decided that that was how I was going to stay in gerontology. I went into psychology and geropsych and never left. So that's how and the Gray Panthers are still my inspiration.
Thank you. Kate, what about you? How did you come into this field?
So we've been in the field of aging for about 22 years, and as Charlotte said, I have a long history of community building, and I am an active student. I'm 68 years old. I've been basically studying human development and human potential since my late 20s when I first became a mom. And just so curious about the lifespan. So through my community building studies, I met a woman who was opening up an assisted living in San Francisco. And she said to me something like, we call these places communities, but we really don't know what that means. And so she asked me to come on board and do some consulting for a short, like 6 weeks or something. And then I was hooked. I was totally in love with older people and with the opportunity to actually build structure, which is what I did with Mothers Clubs. You know, this intentionality around community. Like, a lot of us long for it, and we expect it to be there, but it's not. And so I believe that we have to be intentional about it. We have to, there's certain behaviors, there's certain things that we can do to actually create the kind of caring community that we long for. So I got pulled in, and then I've been in the field now I've been at San Francisco Village for 11 and a half years. And when I was invited to, thank you. I'll just say that when I was invited to be considered for this job at San Francisco Village, I said to my 2 adult daughters, I'm gonna change jobs, I'm gonna go to something called San Francisco Village. And they were like, what is that? And I said, well, it's like a mother's club for old people. And they said, well, that's great, what do the play groups look like? So
We do a lot of playing at San Francisco Village.
And I always remember, like, when I started teaching case management, Village was the model that I would discuss and have students always do a report on the villages.
Good. Well, I want to set the stage for today's conversation. Kim has done a part of it, but I wanted to again reference Dr. Vivek Murthy, who just came out with his advisory on social isolation and loneliness. And we do have a larger social ethos where people are very disconnected from each other and they aren't seen and they're not cared for. We're in the midst of a caregiving crisis. What I've learned in my 5 years in this field is that the caregiving system is completely dependent on family caregivers who are not compensated for their work. And so here in California, we have over 1 million caregivers. How many? 3.4 million family caregivers, and they're offering billions of dollars worth of care without any compensation. There are gaping inequalities between communities, BIPOC communities, social economically different communities, LGBT community, and we're learning that middle-income people, okay, so I consider myself that, who might make up to $100,000 a year individually, aren't going to have adequate money for health care and housing. So we're facing a major challenge. And then in California, we have many what we call solo agers, people who are aging alone, and many people who don't have family anywhere near them. So that's a lot to hold, that's a lot to unpack. And there is a role for villages in this scenario. And we want to claim it. Kate likes to say stake a claim. We want to stake a claim. And we want to together kind of create our path into solving some of these major problems, issues that we're going to be facing. We already are facing. So my first question, or second question, I want to start with you, Kate. You have a very large vision of care. I count on you for your big picture. It's one that includes caregiving, but it's more expansive. And it includes the ways in which we in our villages care for one another. So I'd love for you to just share some of your thoughts about care.
yeah, thank you, Charlotte. Joe said something about the village movement being an aspirational model. I think that's absolutely true because it's full of human beings and because our potential, our future potential is unknown to us. And so constantly that's evolving. But I take certain basic premises to be true. And one of those is a framework that was developed by Dr. Carol Gilligan back in the 1980s. I don't know how many of you are familiar with Dr. Gilligan, but she came to Harvard as a developmental psychologist in the 80s, and she was interested in studying moral development of women and girls. And she was horrified to find out that none of the research had been done on females. And so she set out to do it. And that resulted in her first book, was called In a Different Voice, about how women view the world and how women make decisions. And this has always, in Dr. Gilligan's view, been premised on the fact that what she calls an ethic of care. An ethic of care that is rooted in relationship. And I want to read this because I think it's so important. Dr. Gilligan says, the ethic of care starts from the premise that as humans, we are inherently relational, responsive beings, and the human condition is one of connectedness or interdependence. And you can find this validated in all kinds of science, all kinds of social science. And also what she takes it further, what she means by this, is that within an ethic of care, everyone has a voice. Everyone is deserving of respect. Everyone is deserving of being paid attention to. It sounds simple, doesn't it? It's not. It's intentional. And when she talks about being paid attention to, she's talking about listening. Deep listening and responding, responsiveness. So when I think of the work that we do at San Francisco Village every day, some of our staff are here, Jill and Shanice, and we have 6 staff. We have 515 members, and we have 6 staff. That's extraordinary. Somebody said talking about leveraging resources. Yeah, I think it's incredible what's possible. But this is what we do. We pay attention to people. We listen to them. We invite them to share what's going on in their lives. And then we respond in so many different ways. So from that framework, we've built a culture of care at San Francisco Village, and I would say that most of you could claim the same thing. And so it's not really rocket science, it's social science, but I think it's rooted in this kind of relationship that Dr. Gilligan has articulated. Do you want me to stop there?
Donna, and then you can go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I was just, as you talk about that culture of care, that's kind of the basis of what I study a lot, which is family caregiving. And because when we use that term family caregiving, it's not limited to people who are blood relations. It's what everybody in the village is. They become caregivers. They become people who are caring for each other. It's what you do. People have been doing this a long time, but that culture, and particularly from a women's point of view, hasn't been as respected. It's been seen as less than work. It's expected of you, but it's not valued. And so the villages are allowing us to put value to what we're doing. It's uplifting the nature of what people like to do for, we always say we're going to help our friends and our families, and you want to say hi to your neighbor, but you don't want them to know too much of your business. So, but it's okay if they come over every once in a while and, help you do something. So that's that's what we're trying to get back to, and that sense of trust that has been lost in many communities. And I think what's also changed, certainly in all of our communities, is we have multicultural communities. So I really appreciated that first slide, because if we go with those principles, it humanizes that multicultural relationship. it makes us think, oh, well, yeah, this is just another person, and if I listen more, and if I can say and both, I love the and both, that's one of my new learnings. You know, I guess you're never too old to learn, but I always remember Kim McCoy-Wade was very good at saying and both. So this culture of care, that to me, that's that broad caregiving. So that number, when we say, are you a caregiver, I would add everybody in the village is part of that number.
And the ways that we care for each other, sometimes we don't think it constitutes care, right? Because we have this definition of caregiving as, well, someone's sick and I'm going to help them with X, Y, or Z.
Right.
But every day, and I'm sure all of you involved in a village can articulate dozens of ways in which people are caring for each other that don't have to do with the traditional definition of caregiving. So can I give an example? So we have a lot of members, but we have a lot of groups. We call them circles. And people get to know each other in deeper ways. They learn to trust each other. Some of them are organized by neighborhood. Some of them are organized by the fact that they're a solo ager. We also have an LGBTQ group. And so within the LGBTQ group, there was a man and a woman, gay man and a lesbian, who got to know each other, got to trust each other, really liked each other. She is an immigrant. English is her second language. She lives alone. I think she has one child, but we don't know very much about her. So basically, Ida is alone. And so she had to have a series of dental surgeries that scared her. And she's also not very steady on her feet. And so she called us and asked for a volunteer to accompany her to these dental surgery appointments, which Jill and Shanice probably organized for her, got her a volunteer to do that. Well, about halfway through the series, the volunteer left, couldn't complete the assignment. So Bill from the LGBTQ group said, I'll take care of it. And so he completed that series with her. So now, of course, the two of them are incredible friends. But that act of care on his part and her willingness to open up and say, I need it, made an enormous difference in her life. And I know that you all have all kinds of examples like that. So it is extraordinary when that is the baseline, right? Then more serious stuff starts to happen, and we have those trusted relationships in place. And we can say, oh, I cannot do this myself. And there's somebody else who's willing to step up and say, let me help.
And if you think on the other side of, if she hadn't completed all of those dental appointments, think of the downstream consequences.
Yeah.
When you aren't able to eat, then it impacts your nutrition.
Yeah.
And so she could have had much worse medical outcomes.
Right.
But because sometimes you just want somebody there, you know, when you come out of the dental office or any of those appointments. And it seems so simple. It doesn't feel like you're doing caregiving, but that is very much so. And we're looking at all the downstream consequences that you're avoiding.
Yeah.
So Donna, I'm wondering if you could share your thoughts about the cultures of care among BIPOC, Black, Indigenous, and people of color communities, whether African American, Latino, Asian, Asian American, and that villages should know about.
So historically, and we have actually somebody in the audience right now who really understands this topic and wrote an excellent paper on it. Historically, you know, we've had to develop our own villages. We've been torn apart through different immigrant experiences, through experiences in history, from slavery forward. And so you've made your communities of care have come together, whether you're related or not. I have a very close, most people would say my close friend, I call her my sister. And we're both only children, and when I introduce her as my sister, then people go, but I thought you said you're an only child, and then I forget that she's always been my sister. And so in BIPOC communities, you adopt people because it's necessary. The other side of this, as far as caring, is this is sometimes our only jobs. It's what you could get. And therefore, when, from a financial standpoint, it has been difficult because it's kept, your wages low. Nobody's, you don't get paid for doing many of the jobs that are part of caregiving when you're in BIPOC communities. So any opportunity we can have now to begin to recognize that need for care and how it's helping with health care, I think that's where we're moving now.
I think there's also something else that we talked about on the phone call, which was that because of this culture of care, deep culture of care, and the caregiving that goes on, that sometimes family members will feel like
I'm the only
somebody. I'm the only.
I'm the only one.
Talk about that a little
No
bit.
one is going to care for my I can't bring other people into my home. You keep your family it's not secrets. It's just that you care for your own family because no one else is going to give that quality. They're not going to give the love that you're giving to that person, because it's not just being able to, lift the person, get them to the bathroom, but who's going to notice that their hair is out of place or that their nails aren't done right? You want to give the dignity to people. And so that's why sometimes you don't want to bring people into your home, or maybe the people will judge what's in your home. It's like, well, they don't live the same way that I do. They don't keep their house the same way. And you don't want to open yourself up to that level of judgment and criticism. And, the neighbor's going to talk, oh, well, you should see how much dust is in their house. Or, they have too many knickknacks over here. And, or did you see that weird picture in the room? I didn't know they were collecting that. All of those levels of judgment, that makes it, again, that's that trust. And so if we're able to teach each other that they're not going to live like you, they may be able to come in, but we can give that quality, you have to learn that cross-culturally. And now, of course, as the society, as we keep changing, it's always going to be a cross-cultural experience, because in general, the person who's coming to help the person in your home may not be culturally matched. And so we have to teach each other. Because
I'm really taking that in when I think about how our model is so based on volunteers. And one of our strengths is that we go into each other's homes, eyes on. But what does that mean? And what are all of the potential pitfalls? And how do we talk to our volunteers about an open mind, the guidelines for cross-cultural communications? So something I want to underscore, and again, it's what I've been learning. I'm a student. That's why I love my job. Is the reality of the aging continuum. That we go through many transitions as we age. Physical, medical, emotional, material. And one of the things we say about villages is that we help people to navigate the transitions of aging and to do so in community. Our friends in the disability world, and I'm so happy that I have friends in the disability world, and that this work with Village Movement California has brought me close to that world as the Master Plan for Aging and Disability has formed. But I hear my friends and colleagues in the disability world talk about how we are aging into disability. We are aging into disability. And some of those most common disabilities, functional disabilities that make our lives hard, mobility, cognition, hearing, and sight. So those aren't things that other people are going to deal with. They're the things that we are dealing with. So I wanted to ask you, Kate, first, how do villages prepare for and respond to this continuum?
Yeah, thank you, Charlotte. It's a great question. I think it brings up, our friend Bab Freiberg is here. I saw her, and we've had conversations about our inherent ageism and ableism. and most of us are unaware that it's an inside job. You know, one of the definitions of ageism is an internalized bias against my own future self. And it starts at a very young age, and culturally that's supported to worship youth and all that jazz. And the same thing could be said about being ableism. We fear it and we push it away. And so I think we do ourselves a terrible disservice in that regard. And villages have an opportunity to bring awareness to it. So I will say that we don't shy away from it at San Francisco Village. I know that's true in lots of other villages as well. That we see one of our primary purposes is to educate and inform and bring people together to explore their own fears and explore their own potential future. So, you know, you guys all do this too, right? You have workshops on advanced planning, and we do workshops on, you know, adjusting to a new diagnosis. We have, you know, we've been doing a whole series of workshops on death and dying, bringing people together to have really candid conversations, because I think that a fear is what stops us. It freezes us, right? We go right to that flight, fight, or freeze part of ourselves that says, nope, don't want to deal with this. I'm just going to stuff it and let's, you know, fingers crossed. How many times have you heard somebody say, well, this is how I hope to die? You know, I'm going to go to sleep one night and I'm not going to wake up. You know, the chances of that happening are pretty slim. And the chances of us aging into disability are great. And we have all kinds of data to support that. So I think it's really important that, especially when you think about an ethos of care, where you've created an environment where people feel like it's okay to have these conversations. So I think that's one of the most important things that we do.
I would add to that is where the villages can really help is begin to think of policies around universal design. One of the things from the disability community that I always appreciate, and that we all appreciate, is how many of us advocated for curb cuts. Nobody here, right? No. That was, you know, but how many of us use those curb cuts? Right? Every time you want to, like I had to roll that suitcase over here, I looked for the curb cut to get over, so I didn't have to lift it over the curb. You ride your bike, you walk, sometimes you don't feel like lifting your foot up the curb. That did not come, that came out of the disability community, but we all benefit from it. And so as villages, we can begin to push for that universal design that goes across generations and look for, I mean, and there's lots on universal design. You know, this is one of the USC centers we have at aging. And within USC, we have, there's an entire handbook. So I would say, you know, this is where we can make huge impacts in our neighborhoods and begin to educate and push for buildings and retrofitting and things, because I don't mind having grab bars now. And I probably wouldn't have minded having grab bars when I was little. It probably would have been fun. But we just, you know, it's like, oh, that looks like you're an old person when you put grab bars in it, or if you have a high toilet seat, all of those things. No, just look at those universal designs and think how much easier it'd be if the plugs were a little higher. And we all need to use those all the time now because of our phones.
The other thing I want to say, kind of broadening the understanding of care, super important what you're bringing up, Donna, and how we all benefit from the advocacy of the disability community, absolutely. I want us to be thinking too about how villages, the members of villages, older people, how we give them opportunities to care for others. I think sometimes as villages we get kind of really self-focused. We're really kind of turned inward. We're concerned about our own, you know, well-being and our own aging, etc. However, how do we turn our gaze at the larger social context in which we're living right now, which includes young people? And how are we expressing our care for future generations? How are we expressing our care for the planet? How are we expressing the ways in which, because I think, I've noticed this at San Francisco Village, we have groups that, we have a climate action group, we have a Saving Democracy group, we have, you know, people that they want to get together with young people because they want to understand what's on the hearts and minds of young people right now. Because, you know, Eric Erickson told us this a long time ago, that as we get older, when we get in the last stages of our life, it's about integrity. And it's about, what have I left? What have I left behind? And how have I left the planet in the, you know, or my world or my family or whatever that context is? How have I left it? What kind of shape am I leaving it in? I think that's a really important part of healthy aging, or coming to the end of our lives, and knowing that we have that kind of integrity. So I challenge our villages to be thinking broader about care, and about the care of others and the care of our communities. Yeah.
I mean, if we just think of what we call normal aging, all 5 senses tend to decline.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you think about, there's a natural decline. We're all going to get cataracts. You all get thinning hair. You know, they're just normal body changes. And as we have these normal body changes, what would you like to see for yourself? It can help you with these normal changes.
Great. Well, I want to thank both of you, and now we have an opportunity for you to ask questions. We have 2 mics, wireless mics. I think Malika is going to run one of them, and they're at the front. She's coming down. And Carolyn, who else is running it? DeGrudy. Okay, great. So just raise your hand or stand up and we'll bring you the mic. Please make your comments or ask your questions.
Thank you so much. My question is, we talked a little bit about family caregivers, but how can we support those who are in the trenches and doing this hard work for their loved ones? What is the future of respite care? How can villages partner with other organizations like the USC Caregiver Support to provide more respite, trained, trustworthy people to come into the homes to give these caregivers a break?
You said 2 words, trained and trusted. And being able to have, maybe within your neighborhoods, holding the workshops that help educate and train the potential caregivers that are going in for respite, so that they understand that it's not just the body mechanics that they have to learn, but it's the heart, and learning someone's story so that they can come in and maybe be able to have the right questions to start those conversations and the stories that then help them communicate better with the person that they're, what we call the care receiver, so that the caregiver can see that you're taking a personal interest in their relative. You don't have to become part of the family and all of that, but you have to have a heart. And you have to have respect. And so I think if we have those workshops in the villages, that's a good way where you can start. So I think education is there. Being able to come in for a few hours, one of the things that's difficult for respite is when you have to pay for respite, there's a 4-hour minimum. But sometimes helping the caregiver understand that respite doesn't, for them, 30 minutes of being able to just go and sit in the bathroom uninterrupted is a life changer. It can be when we had retreats, I always remember this gentleman at the end of 3 days, he said, I know this is crude, but this is the first time I was able to go to the bathroom without being interrupted. And that had made me happy over the 3 days. That's what his takeaway was. for his respite. So that's why I realized the importance of that. And others nodded, so I knew he wasn't the only one. It was, you know, being able to eat or not eat, being able just to go out and walk, not having to do the errands, you know, not having to go do, during the time somebody's there, I have to do all my grocery shopping and that, but just being able to just sit and talk, not think, not do something. So I don't know if that helps for your question, but training and providing that opportunity. Collaborate with, there's a caregiver resource center in your neighborhood, because it's statewide, so it's not just in Los Angeles. Collaborate with them to bring those education classes to your village.
So Donna, I just want to underscore, you just talked about the caregiver resource centers, and if you could give like a 3-sentence description, and we're going to put that on the list of organizations that we're going to invite back to our statewide virtual workshops, so that you know the caregiver resources and centers and how to reach them. But if you could just 3 sentences.
So the California Caregiver Resource Centers statewide serve, so tip to tip, every community. The eligibility is not income dependent. This is your tax dollars at work. It was designed for middle income. It's comprehensive, so it starts with a conversation and then an individualized plan for the person. And you do the only criteria is that the person who is receiving care needs to have, well, actually it's even opened up from there, generally some type of dementia. But that could be even if you're kind of like, as we always stretch and say, so did they forget something yesterday? Okay, so I'm just telling you, yeah, so, you know, and of course you don't have to be a relative. And this is your tax dollars at work, which means no fees. We welcome donations, but, and so I think that's our 3 points. And please, there's a statewide website, go for it.
Other questions?
I wanted to follow up from
Turn the microphone on.
Thank you very much. Okay, so I wanted to follow up a little bit on Donna's discussion just now about no fees. So what happens to the people who really just don't have financial resources? Is this something the Area Agency on Aging or the state is going to put forth funding to be able to pay people to be caregivers? Is that a no?
Okay, not at this point. I mean, we certainly have respite in our budget, not enough. So you know, you're limited, but I don't see any payment. But of course, I'm not with the AAAs, and I don't want to speak for them. Somebody over here can.
I don't know if I have to stand up, but I feel comfortable staying down. This is kind of along the same lines, but what is the future of caregiving? Are there any innovative ideas on the horizon, such as you mentioned earlier, there's like 3.4 million family caregivers. Is there any hope of reimbursing them and paying for them? Because I know females normally fall in the middle income bracket because they sacrifice working to take care of mom and dad. So I'm very interested in this topic. I'm a commissioner on aging in San Mateo and also chair a middle income senior group, our committee, and we're tackling this right now. Thank you.
There are reports that are starting to come out that are from, I think a study is coming out around the middle income, and what are some possible long-term care insurance, coverage, tax, you know, can you get some tax, we had tax credits for a while for finances, but I think it is still being looked at. Is there something where they can take the Medicaid eligibility and raise the percent a little higher for Medicaid? This is kind of where people are looking right now, but it's usually around tax dollars. course, within those for working caregivers, looking at businesses and seeing, how for a while they were helping with childcare, can they now emphasize more on senior care and elder care within businesses? Because many caregivers, about 60%, are also in the job market. So maybe employers, and encouraging employers to help out with some of the expenses, because financially we have a lot.
Right, and so I am also aware that there are a lot of policy solutions that are being looked at, and we could learn about these together. This goes back to what you were saying about the curb cuts and the Gray Panthers. This is an area where we as a movement could contribute to policy formation at the state level. I think some other ideas that are being floated are looking at family medical leave and making that more available, making that available to friends. So your
Three bills. So there are 3 bills. You can all make calls to the governor in support of the 3 bills: paid family leave, caregiver discrimination, and paid sick days, that just passed through both houses. Will be on the governor's desk. So if you are not, I'm sure you'll even send out messages, but it's going to be a phone call to say we want those 3 policies to go forward. And those are like expansion to 7 days. 7 days of sick leave a year? Most people had 0. The majority of workers had no paid sick days. But now maybe from 3 to 7, you can expand the definition of who is a caregiver. So now it can be by choice, which is wonderful, because that's generally how we choose our families. Sometimes we wanted more choice than we had. Sorry, that's a personal problem.
Yeah. Other questions? Carlene?
Hello, I think this is a Donna question.
Which you probably have the answer for, Carlene.
No, while I've got you here. So, thinking about villages and as communities of care, and thinking about serving BIPOC communities, what do you think it would take to kind of translate so that 5 years from now, this room looks even more diverse, right? So you talked a little bit about kind of the trust issues and whatnot, but like just kind of given your work with the Caregiver Resource Center, what do you think it might take in Los Angeles to have a village in Windsor, View Park, in the area right now that's still predominantly African American? Any thoughts on how we should be thinking about that?
I don't know if that really is my question, because it's the villages that are developing their outreach. So I would want to turn it back to you guys to say, what are you doing to develop that?
Well,
You punted that, Donna, but
I did.
you did.
I
did.
Because
Well, we're taking this really serious, Carlene, and Carlene Davis is the co-founder and director of Sisters Aging with Grace and Elegance, and is a member of our board and a trusted partner. So just introducing Carlene. We have spent a lot of this year looking at ourselves. So when we look at the existing villages, looking at ourselves and what competencies, what kind of awareness, what kind of work do we need to do to understand that that this is a question and that we need to struggle with it. And we had a Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Training Institute. I'll talk about it later. And then we have some villages that are working very, very hard to reach out to communities in their region that aren't yet involved in the villages. And we want to raise that up. As the director of the village movement, I think that we're going to achieve a more diverse movement by seeding and supporting leaders in BIPOC and LGBT communities to create their own villages, and then to create a statewide movement that's really open to all sorts of ways of aging, all cultures of aging, cultures of care. And so I want to find, encourage, and support leaders, organizations, the people in communities, BIPOC and LGBT, just to use acronyms, to get involved with us. And I'm interested in finding out how can we support that. One of the things that I've been thinking about and why we work so hard with the Master Plan for Aging is I think Village Movement California needs to bring resources to communities that want to start villages. Because it takes money.
Yeah.
So we have a responsibility to find the money to be able to support a Latina group out of a Catholic church, or a group of African American homeowners in Lemur Park, that kind of thing. That's one of the ways in which I would answer that question. Okay.
And I really punted because I don't think it should be on us to always have the answers.
Well, you know I'm bad. There's alignment between kind of communities of care and the culture that already exists in our communities. And so there's something, the translation, and I don't know what that bridge to that translation is, so that some of these communities can see that, yes, this can be something for us too. So I'm just really thinking about that translation.
And can I just say too, Carlene, that the richness of what you just described, that there's already this ethos of care within your community, within your SAGE community, for example. Teach us. I think that's part of the equation here that Charlotte's describing, is that we're taking some hard looks at ourselves as white people, as privileged people. So to open that door and say, what can we learn from that ethos of care? I want to know, which is, we're working together on a project, so, yeah.
I think we have time for one more.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is David. I'm from High Village, LA, and my question is directed to Kate. I wanted to ask you, please, about the San Francisco Village culture of caring. Specifically, does that include villagers helping villagers, outside volunteers helping villagers, and is there a mission for your villagers to help outsiders who are not members of the village? And whatever the program is, how do you administer it? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you so much for your question. So like all villages, I think there's just certain basic principles that we operate on, and they're pro-social values. Values of reciprocity and mutuality and interdependence and volunteerism. So I think last year we had something like 6,000 hours of volunteer service. Half of those were provided by members to other members, and half of those were provided by a core of younger volunteers, people in various generations younger than us. So the way that we include those young people in our village, I think, is critical to why we feel strong and why we feel enabled. I'm looking at Jill and Shanice right now, because they're younger, of different generations, but also it's part of our vision that it's not just about us, old people. It's about the larger community. And how are we an asset in that community, and how is that those younger people an asset to us? So how do we build those bridges? And I think the other thing that you've kind of given me an open door for here, David, is our mission statement. So we did after George Floyd was murdered, we did a very deep dive into diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging with board and staff. It took us about a year. And coming out of that, we did a new strategic plan, which completely reflected that work. And it changed our direction. It made more explicit our commitment to equity. It made more explicit our commitment to social justice, which basically means that we are a microcosm in a much larger social context. So how are we being responsive as the elders in the community? Younger people look to us to be elders. And just because we're older doesn't mean we're an elder. So we have to sort of take up that responsibility of what does it mean to be an elder in the community. And so we went through this new strategic plan, and we came out with a new mission statement, which is, at San Francisco Village, we operationalize love for elders in an ageist society by mobilizing the power of intergenerational relationships and mutual support. So now we're out of the closet. We've said the L word. We're here to love one another. And how are we operationalizing that? And we can give you thousands of examples of how we're doing that across generations, across different groups of people.
Yeah, and I think most of our villages could as well. So we are at the end of this session. We got to stick with our timeline. I encourage you to talk with Donna and Kate all day. I'm sure they would love to get into it with you. And so now we're going to have a break. We'll come back at 10:45. And we want you to sit in the seats you're in now. And I promise you, you'll get to change up during the next session, and then at lunch and beyond, you can sit with whomever you'd like. So let's take a break, and we'll call you back in a few minutes. Okay. Let's Sue and Randy. Okay. So the World Cafe, how many of you done the World Cafe with us before, or in your own, you're going to have a great time. So it's really a way of bringing our collective wisdom, our questions, our visions into consciousness, into words with each other. And so we're going to spend the next chunk of time with our World Cafe, and I want to introduce Peggy Sabera, who is a member of Village Network of Petaluma. Peggy is a very, very accomplished facilitator. She has facilitated groups at the UN, and she's facilitated the World Cafe, and I'm sure if you sit with her at lunch, you'll get to know a lot of interesting things. So I'm gonna, there we go. We're looking for our script. So I'm gonna turn it over to Peggy, who is gonna give you instructions for our next activity.
I just want to say I'm a member of the Petaluma Village Network, and I'm really inspired and really struck by the competence of everyone I'm meeting here today. Very, very glad to be with you. A little louder. Okay. Well, to start, you all are all situated at a table. Thank you for going to the number on your cards. What we're trying to do here is give you a chance to talk with people that you might not ordinarily see. And so we're going to ask you to give consideration to a question while sitting at the current table. And what we'll do is have a 20-minute period where you can discuss question number 1. And we just listened to fabulous speakers, maybe not wanting to refer to two giants, but in our movement, who talked about villages and care. And we want to know what resonated with you and what practices would be useful to create in your village. And we're going to have 20 minutes to talk about this with the current group that you're with. And then we're going to have a 5-minute shout out. We'd like to just hear a few comments after your conversation so that we can all get a feel for what is the conversation in the room. And then we're going to do a brave thing. We're going to switch tables, and we're going to do that silently. And we're going to take 1 minute to switch tables so that you can be with some other folks and get to know other folks as well for question number 2. So, if you have any questions, raise your hand, and Charlotte and I will be roaming around the room, and if there's anything more. So question number 1, for you all to consider together. What resonated with you, and what practices would be useful to create in your village? Yes. One thing, if you all could choose at your table someone who could just do light facilitation, I mean light. Just, you have a packet of Post-its, and you have the questions written in a plastic bag on your table. Now, if you would like, you've also got some butcher paper, some flip chart paper, that you can spread out on the table if you feel like you want to draw a little bit, write a little bit, and consider things visually. So you've got Post-its, you've got flip chart paper and markers. 20 minutes. Okay, thank you. I want to let you know that the Post-its that we have available for you, we're going to ask that you put your key thoughts on a Post-it, and there will be a flip chart page in the back for Post-its related to this conversation. The flip chart in the middle will be related to question number 2, which you will have, and then the third question will go on this other flip chart over here closest. So right now, if you have any flip charts, just hold on to them, any Post-its, hold on to them, and during lunch, you can put them on the flip charts. Let's hear any key comments or topics that you had at your table. Let's just do a shout out here for about 5 minutes. What are some things that most touched you and impressed you that you've been conversing about? Anybody? Do we have someone to carry the microphone? Charlotte. Anybody at your table, something important that you've been talking about? Over here.
We talked about the importance of connecting with the discharge planners and hospitals, and instead of using them to talk to patients, offer a member of the village to talk to patients who possibly could go home if they had support. And the other...
Excuse me, just 1 second. Can I ask you to stand up? I think people can see and hear you better. Thank you.
Do you want me to repeat that?
It's okay. Next, you can go on.
So the other topic that we talked about was the importance of joining with the County Commission on Aging and other senior-focused resources in the community to provide an interdisciplinary group addressing needs of seniors in the community.
Thank you.
Yes, with respect to what resonated with you, we talked also about the immensity of the need for caregivers and the funding related to that, because we know family caregivers are unpaid, but then there's also the need for the paid caregivers, and that is a big issue nationally right now. But also the importance of love and how we all are connected to that and trigger those the good out of people with a focus on love.
we talked about the 3.5 million caregivers right now, and as our population continues to age, it will be even more people who are caregivers. And so how can we help? So we talked about education and training. Don't wait until it's too late. Start the education and training in your village now as to how you can help the caregivers. And that was one of the main points that we talked about. We had several other things on our chart, but that was one of the important ones.
Thank you.
We had an interesting conversation about this idea of, if you think about a village as a business built on relationships, how do you...
Speak up just a little bit.
Louder? Okay. All right, trying, starter. We talked about business in the sense of a village being a business that's built on relationships, and because funds are always a challenge, how might the Village Movement California or some of the larger villages help to develop sort of business case templates? How do you find sponsors in your local community? What's the hurt and how can the village help them? So whether it's in healthcare, with realtors, with religious organizations, how can you begin to partner together and support each other?
That's a great idea.
I loved our table, which was a conversation between Gen Xers and Boomers. And there was a question of, if we were to look at the membership or the conference in a couple years, ideally should villagers have more diversity in age even? And more specifically, Carlene talked about how there isn't a lot of intentional conversations of bringing Gen Xers in. And I myself am really straddling figuring out how to take care of my 87-year-old mother, and then straddling taking care of my teenagers. And so there's not that much support. And from a demography standpoint, I saw this conference data, and they had all this data around boomers, and they had data on millennials, and I asked, hey, where are the Gen Xers in this? And they said, not to take it personally, but Gen Xers, numbers-wise, is irrelevant. Wow. And so if we're considered the caretakers, or if what we're looking for, like the lady who spoke about respite, like it really hit home for me, we're being relied on. Yes. And we're irrelevant as a generation.
Thank you so much for bringing that out. Okay, one more, two more. After these next two, we're going to move on to the next.
I love my table too. Hello?
I suppose we spent a lot of time talking about diversity. Hello?
It's okay.
Will you stand up, please?
Go for it. Go for it. Don't worry about it. Go for it.
Oh, I see.
Can you stand up? Thank you.
So I'm Edwin from Ashby Village, and we spent a lot of time talking about diversity and the different methodologies that we might approach or with getting diversity. And the big thing was, how do we communicate with them and reflect the diversity of our communities? And one of the examples was, one of the, I think Pasadena has a large Hispanic population, but the village doesn't see that many people participating from the Hispanic community. So, we talked a little bit about, making sure, or at least trying the different technological modalities for translating materials into Spanish, looking for partners in the community that might be, reaching out to the churches and trusted people within the community, both to get their ideas about how to approach the community, as well as sharing some of the, like what made a big impression on me was this idea of providing respite care. A lot of these BIPOC communities, they're very, for instance, for myself, in the Asian American or the Chinese American community, we're very used to being somewhat insular because of culture and language. And so we're very used to taking care of our own. But the idea of having respite services available is fairly unknown. But to somebody who is caring for a family, an older member of the family, or on both sides, young and old, the idea of having respite resources is probably something very enlightening and probably very welcome. So I think even bringing those to those communities could be a start for reaching in and beginning the conversation.
Thank you. Thank you. One last speaker, thank you.
So we were talking about the, Kate, thank you so much for the internalized bias comment, and that's where we began, to address how so many of us, as we age, we avoid the aging process within ourselves. We're kind of in denial about what's happening. And therefore, we fall subject to reacting to crisis rather than planning ahead and becoming involved ahead of what our needs are. It was suggested that one of the things that we might do or might address is that intergenerational marketing. We oftentimes market to those who are immediately in need of services, and in that I thought it was really great that we do need to approach the Gen X folks and to incorporate our outreach to those folks who don't directly need the service, but need the service to get a respite for themselves, to support them in helping another. We also then looked at the affordability aspect of all of this and how it's so difficult for people to afford the care that they need as in conjunction with their housing and food, et cetera, et cetera. Then that conversation led into follow the money. And in terms of identifying the gaps of service in our communities, if we then follow the money and we got down to healthcare and the fact that the healthcare industry in our country is a 4.3 billion or something? Trillion, sorry. That's hard to fathom and take in. With that much going on, then how can we tap into that mainstream or that ecosystem of financial abundance and direct it to more social care or expand the services that are available and utilize healthcare strategically to save money in the long run. And so that was part of our whole conversation. I don't think we solved the world's problems, but we certainly identified a number of them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now, here we go. We're going to change tables now. What I would like for you to do is 3 people, if you're at a table of about 8, 3 people would stay where you are, 5 people would move. Now, if you're only a table of 4, maybe 1 stays and 3 move. But what you want to do is just quietly gather up your stuff, identify a table that you're going to go to, and in silence, we're going to change tables now.
I know, I was looking on my tag. Where do I go back?
much time to rehearse. Let's just find our tables now, please. Sustainability of villages depends on their being seen as a valuable and reliable part of the ecosystem that supports older adults. Sustainability involves funding, members, partners, volunteers, and relevant programming. What are the vital connections and partnerships your village has formed that benefit both the village and the larger community? What other partners are you considering? So our whole discussion now has to do with partnering and how you have been doing that and what your plans are for the future. So we'll take 20 minutes to have this conversation together. Use your Post-its to write down key ideas that you'll put on poster number 2 at lunchtime. Thank you. Thank you all. I want to say I'm so appreciative of this group because it's probably the finest group I've ever facilitated in terms of participation and patience and following instructions. Thank you. Now we want to hear from those who may not have spoken yet. We want to step back if we've spoken and give someone else a chance. So are there any voices that we haven't heard from yet? On a shout out, we just want to know the key topics that you were speaking about. Just a quick shout out of what was important to you. Yes.
We talked about for financial, finding the resources, finding your local resources as far as the area agencies on aging, working with local health plans that are incentivized to keep people healthy, redefining transparency of need and resources. We look at aging and a lot of needy.
You can put the microphone closer to your mouth.
Okay, yeah. We think of it in terms that older adults, they're needy. Instead of looking at them as having a resource. When we phrase something differently, and so I use the story of my son and daughter-in-law got married, wanted to save for a house, at the same time, her grandfather was getting older, having more falls. So when it was presented, Grandpa, would you like to have your granddaughter move in to help you? The answer was no. But when it was rephrased, when he thought about how home ownership was such an important part of his family's financial security, that he had a resource he could give to his granddaughter. He could not write them a check for a deposit on a house, but he could let them live with them and save money and ultimately create their own down payment for a house.
Right.
And so it was an amazing thing. At 30 days, I got my first Facebook request from Grandpa Ron because he had these Zen people in the house teaching him about it. 60 days, I got the picture of him having avocado toast. 90 days, he had an eye surgery that he was not planning to have. 120 days, he was on a plane to visit his very first great-grandchild. Now, the story takes a little bit of a turn, move forward in time, and my daughter-in-law comes to Grandpa and says, we want to have a family. We to start? Could we switch? Could we move from the bonus room and we take the master bedroom that has the smaller bedrooms next door? And Grandpa Wright, no, that's a bridge too far, can't do that. So they thanked him, and they took the money that they had saved, and they bought their own new house in the crappiest part of town. It was so scary, but it was what they could afford, right? And on the weekend that we christened Magnolia Grace, my very first granddaughter, we buried Grandpa Ron. Because all the things that were in place for him needing someone to live with him were still in place. And when they left, it all came back. But as an ombudsman, I want to say Grandpa Ron lived the life he wanted to live, and he died where he wanted to live. And so I don't feel bad about it. I just think, only he had been more willing to switch sides of the house. My granddaughter would have been in a beautiful house, in a beautiful neighborhood, in a great school district. So going back to the whole point of this, transparency of the needs of the older adult, but also encouraging the older adults to think in terms of the resources that they do offer.
Thank you. Anyone else have a quick shout out? A quick shout out. What was important?
Key thing for our table was partnering. That there are so many things that we have developed in our villages that are stovepipe. And we need to learn how to reach out and team with other organizations. Whether it's churches, whether it's service organizations, whether it's a county commission, whether it's a town, city. It's that opportunity for us to spread the word.
Yes. Well, thank you. And I'm going to use what you just said. I want to use as our next exercise. I think we're going to stop the comments now because it's almost lunchtime. Well, pardon? Do you want to shake one more? So on our third question, Patrick, you have a third question? We're going to ask you just to turn to the person next to you, just a one-on-one conversation to answer this question. How have you felt cared for by the village, and how have you provided care for others? Think specifically about things that you have done or you have received in the way of love and care through your village, and share that with one other person. We're just going to take 5 minutes for this exercise. We would be very interested to know what you are talking about regarding how you have received care from the village or how you have provided care. What are some ways that this has occurred? Yes.
So this lovely lady sitting next to me said, "I feel empowered." And that moved me to tears.
Thank you. What did you hear in this last conversation about how others have cared for people in the village or been cared for?
I can't speak for the table, I can only speak for our conversation. And it was the recognition that being a villager is a reciprocal relationship, not a transactional relationship.
Okay, those who have spoken before can speak again if you want. Any other examples of the caregiving provided at your village? Well, I think the reason that we decided to do this last conversation just one-on-one is that I was concerned there might be some intrepidation about speaking of your own caregiving. So I'm going to assume that's part of our resistance to speaking right now. And just want to appreciate so very much all the caregiving you've done. Yes.
I think one of the hardest things for villagers, new villagers especially, is to ask for support. Many members come in and they never ask. And so I think that for me, I ask all the time. I get support when I've needed it. When I was ill, I got support. I get tech support. I got the grab bar put in. And whenever I talk to anybody in the village, I think by saying, I ask all the time, is in some ways caring for them, and that they then get the... That
That's
it's okay
very
to
helpful,
ask.
very helpful. I think you're absolutely right. In the village in Petaluma, I can say I'm resistant to asking for help.
Hi, I want to give a rather extreme example, but I think it sort of shows what a village can do which other organisations can't. We have a few men in our group, mostly women, but there's a men's conversation group which some of our members really love and go to every week and wouldn't miss for anything. And one week, one of the male members of the group didn't show up. And another member of the group said, that's a bit worrying, he always shows up when you call and no answer. And he called our executive director and said, you know, there could be something wrong. So our executive director, who is over there somewhere, called one of the police to do a kind of a friendly check. And they knocked on the door. Jacqueline told them he was hard of hearing. They knocked on the door and left. So she was not happy with this and called the fire department and got the building manager to let them in. And he had tried to commit suicide. And he hadn't succeeded, luckily. And so we found his family in Reading, and he went into hospital and then to rehab, and we visited him all the time and set him up with his family in Reading, and eventually he moved to Reading, and he thought he was going blind, but because he's hard of hearing, he misunderstood what the eye doctor was telling him. He wasn't going blind, and so when he went to Reading, he got all the proper medical care, and he has a brother up there, and now he's on the men's Zoom every week again. But you know, what other organisation could pull that off? It was really extraordinary.
Story, thank you.
Hello, everyone. I want to say, Peggy, when you just made that comment, it made me think to myself, she's talking to me, I should speak. I was a little nervous, and at the same time, I don't want to get emotional. But what we do for our communities, especially our Asian communities, is very important, very near and dear to my heart. I think sometimes in the work that we do, we forget about ourselves. And since I have been a part of the village, Kate, sitting right here next to me, and Jill, I know you're somewhere in here. My grandmother is 93, I take care of her. She's my heart, she's my soul. And about maybe 3 weeks ago, she wound up in the hospital. My aunt, who also lives with us, who has physical and mental disabilities, also ended up in the hospital the same week. I don't know anything else but to always present as the ship is fine, as I am not going to crack, because I am the leader of the household, the caregiver for my grandmother. I'm the one who keeps it together, so I cannot crack. So I appreciate y'all giving me the moment to do that now. But when I said Kate and Jill called me and said they had a therapist that they had found, and they were thinking of all the ways, even when I wasn't there, to be there for me, you don't know how much I love and appreciate you. I haven't had a job I love more than the one I have right now. But when I think about the work I do as a volunteer coordinator at San Francisco Village, every day I have the pleasure of talking to our members and warming their hearts and putting smiles on their faces by saying the requests that you have asked, whether that's to go grocery shopping, whether that's to pick you up from a procedure because you don't have anyone to do it and accompany you home. Actually, a volunteer, they have stepped up and they're willing and they're going to be there to help you. And the love and the appreciation I get back from that really fills my heart. So when these two called me, I'm telling you, I just said, this beautiful work I've been doing, what I love and I enjoy, they saw me and they did the same thing for me. They heard my requests, they heard my needs. And I just wanted to share that with all of you. It's just really important that we take care of each other and the way that we do. Thank you.
I have just, it's an elaboration on what was just said. Not only did the villages provide us with an opportunity to serve, but at this time in our lives, when many of us are heading toward the end, is an opportunity to develop leadership and to be in a leadership position and hopefully to use what we've learned all our lives and help our organization grow. And all of us in this room, have that benefit.
Beautiful, thank you. Room full of leaders. Anyone else? One more? Okay. Well, I would like to remind us what the Post-its are for. Today, first thing we did was talk about the practices and what we heard from our speakers. The second thing we did was to talk about partnerships. And the third thing was talk about how we care for each other in the village. If you have thoughts about these on Post-its, you can put them on the flip charts according to the questions that you find at lunchtime. If everyone perhaps would write a couple of Post-its, it might give us a flavor of what all was talked about. I'll take all of those Post-its and type them up and get them to Charlotte, who can distribute them to you so that you have a sense of the whole collective conversation this morning. So that, and the flip chart pages, we want to save those. I'll type those up also. So just neatly fold your flip chart page that's on your table and collect the stickies that are worth keeping in your mind, and we'll put them on the flip charts. And if you don't know which flip chart to put them on, just put them on a flip chart. Yes, we thank you so much for your incredible engagement today. It's just a pleasure for me to be with you all. Before we break for lunch, I want to really honor the vulnerability in our room. I feel, a deep feeling in my heart, and I can sense that some very meaningful interactions and relationships are happening and forming. And so I just want to call that out and honor it. I don't think it happens very much in our society, and you all are such special people doing such special work, so thank you. we're going to have lunch, and I'm going to call the tables because we're so crowded. But before we do, I'm looking for my notes. I understand that a few of you have asked for time at the podium to share something from your village, and I really hear that, and I hear that desire, and we're not going to do that because of the very packed agenda that we have. However, I want to invite you to submit those stories, those announcements to me, and we will dedicate the next newsletter to amplifying, highlighting, bringing attention to the work that you're doing. And in fact, we ask for that a lot. And we have a column in our newsletter that we haven't activated in a while, which is, stories from the village. So I'm saying two things here. One, if you have something that you're just dying to share with the group, send it to me and it will go in the newsletter. Two, always think about the newsletter as a way to highlight what you're doing. Now that we have Patrick, we're also doing social media on these kinds of things. And then three, when we plan next year's conference, we'll really think about the fact that this desire came forward. Because we do want to hear you and hear from you. So now is lunchtime, and what we're going to do is we're going to line up on what's your left, my right, and you're going to go back across in front of the registration table and get your meal. You're welcome to go outside. It's gorgeous. We'll open the door down the ramp so you can easily go outside. We are going to have some topic tables for those of you who would like to talk about volunteers. Shanice and Jill are going to talk about that. So volunteers, diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging, and Yvette is going to facilitate that. Social media, Patrick. And then the executive directors, if you want to go into the breakout room, please do that and you can get together there. Or you can go out, or you can just hang out at the tables. The topic tables will be in the back, so as people get up to get lunch, I think Tricia is going to put the topics up. And we'll just do the best we can. And I'm going to call you back. So we want to be back in our seats at 1:30, and you can sit wherever you want at that point. Is there anything else that we need to say? Oh my gosh, visit the sponsors, please. They came here and they have goodies and lots of information from you. And so make sure you do that as well. Anything else? The sponsors are down the hall. They're right beyond the restroom. Okay, great. Well, enjoy your lunch.
Peyton Valley, over by Walnut Lake.
Oh, I'm sorry. Wait a minute. Sit down. So we all know each other, right? Joe just said, oh, she told me about the tables. So you have the two tables in the back.
Don't use this one. Don't do this one.
14 and 13.
But you can't come back here. This is That's Barbara Sullivan.
I've been around a couple times. I was just texting my staff. I'm like, what was the first conference? It was like 2009.
9 can go.
Are you going home today? Get ready.
While I was in the room, they never asked me. Always asked me. No, my mother was up to me and I was they're about our size.
It felt better. So someone from child village was vegan, and there was cheese and beans. So she only got the vegetables. So that was the next year. Yeah, next year without the vegan, right? The vegan. There was only just the vegetables.
Yeah, that's what I had. Yeah, because I'm vegetarian. I'm more Indian vegetarian, so I can't have fish or any seafood or anything. But the
While we're waiting for the video to download, wasn't that a really delicious lunch? And so there are going to be containers for people to take some of that home. And if any of you is having a village event tonight or tomorrow, take a whole pan. Good, good. Well, welcome back, and now we enter nap time, but you can't take a nap. We've got 3 big pieces left to go. One is, well, 4. The first is a message from Susan Damaris, who is the director of the California Department of Aging. So let's play that.
Greetings from Sacramento and the California Department of Aging. I'm Susan Damaris, the director here, and I want to wish all of you a happy 5-year anniversary. It's incredible to think that the Village Movement is celebrating 5 years, similar to the Master Plan for Aging. We're on parallel paths, and we couldn't be happier about that we're working arm in arm together as you, continue to make strides. I'm so impressed that your name, half of it is movement, and I've seen so much movement in your first 5 years. I can't wait to see what you do over the next 5 years. We're so proud of the work that you're doing, looking at your incubator, your DEI training, and I hear there are 9 additional village sites in planning or in development. This is so exciting. Today, when you're gathered, I want to plant a few seeds for you. I want to talk about what's top of mind here in Sacramento across the California Health and Human Services Agency, all centered in the Master Plan for Aging. We're hearing a lot about precariously housed seniors and the increase in older adult homelessness. There's a lot of attention on older adult behavioral health and the isolation that older adults and their caregivers are experiencing in the wake of the pandemic. I think the villages are key to engagement, social engagement, and bringing people together at the community level, so we're going to look to you as partners there. And of course, there's continued focus and attention on affordability. I know you're going to be hearing from North after me, and I couldn't be happier about that you're really looking at the cost pressures on the missing middle or the forgotten middle, people who are just above the Medi-Cal income limits and eligibility requirements, but are trying to pay out of pocket for home care, assisted living, home modifications. So we're partners linked together in all of those initiatives, and of course in the overarching Master Plan for Aging. So I look forward to hearing what comes out of your time together. I know Charlotte will let me know as soon as you're done about your priorities and how we can help support the Village Movement in your work. And of course, if there's ever anything we can do at CDA, just let us know. Have a great day.
if there's anything they can do for us. Good. So the next session is intended to give you background and data to support your fund development and advocacy work. This powerful research out of Newark at the University of Chicago offers...
Greening.
Oh, that's next. Hold on. Yeah, let me introduce it. It offers a really strong framework. And when I read the 2019 study about the forgotten middle out of Newark, don't know what Newark stands for, but it's Newark, I started to incorporate it, and we started to incorporate it in our framework and in the way we talked about villages. So you're going to hear directly from the researchers about the moderate and middle income older adults in California. I think that's who was in our village. So we're going to watch a video presentation, then we're going to join two of the researchers for a live Q&A. So right before we push play, I want to introduce the presenters. Megan Burke is introducing Newark, and she is a program officer for the SCAN Foundation with a focus on policy. And the SCAN Foundation and West Health, more on West Health in a little while, funded the research we're going to learn about. Kristen Hayashi, the senior program manager, who's the person you'll hear from, is an experienced project leader with expertise in health policy and Medicaid innovation. And she has deep experience with Medicaid and Medicare, particularly in the state of Massachusetts. So why don't we start the workshop?
And thank you for joining us today as we take a look at the future needs of California's middle-income older adults. My name is Megan Burke, and I'm the Program Officer of Policy and Advocacy at the SCAN Foundation, an independent public foundation devoted to transforming care for older adults. We envision a society where every older adult has a set of choices and opportunity to age well in both home and community. And when the SCAN Foundation talks about aging well in home and community, we need to be clear that we're not saying that people are staying in one's home and being isolated. It's really about being able to have your total health and social needs met in your community, at home, as you need it. So to achieve this vision at the SCAN Foundation, we have three goals. We want to strengthen the aging and health infrastructure, enhance financial ability to age well at home and community, and ensure equity in aging for all. Throughout the work, we emphasize three communities: older adults with lower incomes, older people of color, and older residents in rural communities. And we know that if we improve the aging experience for these priority populations and their networks of support, we'll improve it for everyone. So I think we all can agree that most older adults would prefer to receive ongoing living assistance at home or with loved ones. Yet we also know a majority are unable to afford and access the services and supports they need within homes and community. This, among other reasons, is why the foundation has been deeply involved in working with the state on its master plan for aging. And while health, housing, and financial well-being are inextricably linked, especially for the older adult population, existing systems and supports across the sectors are typically siloed, limiting innovation, the opportunity to deliver coordinated or integrated services, and exacerbating inequities for our priority population. The intersection of health, housing, and financial well-being is especially poignant for the forgotten middle. Solutions need to be advanced to build systems that are accessible, convenient, affordable, integrated, and personalized, reflecting people's needs and preferences to age well at home and in community. And as part of the village movement, you all today are doing the work to address these issues as part of that larger aging ecosystem. So today I'm joined by Kristen Hayashi from NORC to discuss with you the needs of California's forgotten middle, those 1.6 million middle-income older Californians who within a decade will struggle to afford long-term care and housing and will not qualify for Medicaid to really help with those costs. In 2019 and again in 2022, NORC completed 2 groundbreaking studies to better understand the nation's forgotten middle. Then with support from West Health and the SCAM Foundation, NORC took a closer look at how the number, demographics, health status, and financial resources of California's middle-income older adults would change over the next decade. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kristen to share more about this data that was collected as part of the California study and the challenges facing the forgotten middle, which honestly may include the majority of us here today and many of our loved ones right now. Thank you. Turn it over to you, Kristen.
Thank you so much, and many thanks to Village Movement California for inviting NORC at the University of Chicago to share this really important work. I've been working on the Forgotten Middle research since I started at NORC about a year ago, and it's definitely some of the most impactful work I've engaged in, and I'm delighted to have the opportunity to share the findings with you today. So I want to talk about a group we call the Forgotten Middle, which consists of middle-income older adults in the United States. NORC started this work back in 2017 with the National Investment Center for Seniors Housing and Care. And the first study that really coined the term, the forgotten middle, was published in Health Affairs in 2019. And it was really the first time anyone had really looked at this population nationally and defined their demographics, population size, health needs, and financial resources. And so what we did was we took 2014 data from the Health and Retirement Study and projected 15 years into the future to better understand what the needs of these adults would be in 2029. The study was very well received. I think many folks were surprised that this is a group that hadn't been described or well defined before, and that there was really no national long-term care plan for these individuals. So last year, we partnered with the SCAM Foundation to refresh that original analysis with 2018 data, forecasting nationally to 2033, with the goal of really trying to understand as more baby boomers age into the 75+ group, what will their needs look like? Often there's a focus in senior housing discussions on low-income individuals, which is super important. But one of the reasons we focused on the middle-income older adult group is that in some ways, when we think about long-term care, this group often has the fewest options available to them in terms of paid housing and caregiving. We know, for example, that higher income individuals have the means to pay for a whole range of care options, and that low-income individuals may qualify for Medicaid or Medi-Cal in California. So we're left with this group in the middle that just does not have the financial means to pay for long-term care and likely does not meet the eligibility criteria for Medicaid nationally. So when we did this analysis nationally, we intentionally set lower bounds conservatively to exclude anyone who might be eligible for Medicaid nationwide. And when you look at those upper and lower bounds, that's a combination both of income and assets annuitized over the expected lifespans of these individuals. These lower and upper bounds represent the 41st to 80th percentile of income and assets for these groups. And you can see that the specific amounts of income and assets vary a little bit based on the age group.
No, I can't see.
So in our latest refresh, what we found was that the size of the middle market is going to nearly double, reaching 16 million middle-income seniors by 2033. And while not all of them will need additional health and caregiving supports, the data indicate that at least some of them will. We see, for example, already in the data that many people will have special health needs, mobility limitations, or cognitive impairments that may impact their ability to live independently or stay in their homes. And while we know there are a range of caregiving options, one of the things we wanted to look at is if people decide that they can't remain in their homes and they need to move into an assisted living facility, will they have sufficient financial ability to pay for that kind of care? And what we found was that, unfortunately, 3/4 of middle-income seniors nationwide, that's 11.5 million people, are unlikely to have sufficient resources without selling their home. And as I mentioned, there are many options for long-term care, including in-home supports, and we'll talk about some of those in a little bit. So when we did the first 2 studies at the national level, we took HRS data, we forecasted out 15 years into the future, and we presented those results at the national level. However, we heard that not all of these findings were applicable to California, that it's just such a different market from the rest of the United States. And so we partnered with the SCAN Foundation and West Health to recalibrate our national model to reflect a California-only population sample. And the data really highlights how California is different, such as being significantly more racially and ethnically diverse than the nation as a whole. We see different educational distribution in California, with both a higher percentage of people with less than a high school degree and a greater proportion of folks with a college degree. So it's kind of more of a polarized educational landscape. And we know that education is one of those key variables that can really have a significant impact on people's financial stability and savings long term. California middle-income seniors are also less likely to have children living in the home or nearby. And as we know, after spousal support, adult children are key caregivers in this landscape. Oops. Sorry about that. Lastly, as you all know very well, and I do too because I'm from California myself, it's just a very expensive market. You can see in the chart on the right side, it shows the stark contrast between California and national average cost of housing and care. So I want to take a moment to talk about some of the findings from our California-specific analysis to show how they compare to findings from our national studies and to explore how the characteristics and resources of California middle-income seniors are projected to change over time. So in our California analysis, we found that California is expected to have roughly 1.6 million middle-income seniors, age 75 and above, by 2033. This is a 60% increase from 2018, when California had just over 1 million seniors in this group. It's also worth pointing out that the population of seniors over age 85 is expected to more than double during this time. And this is a really important data point, as we know that once individuals turn 85, they are more likely to need caregiving and are less likely to live independently. From a race and ethnicity standpoint, the data show that even in 2018, which was the most recent HRS data available at the time of the study, we see that California is much more racially and ethnically diverse than the rest of the country. In California, about 34% of middle-income seniors are people of color, which is projected to grow to nearly 50% by 2033. And that's compared to just 22% in 2033 nationally. And you can see that breakdown for California on the right in green. 29% Hispanic, 13% other, which is predominantly comprised of Asian Americans, and 5% Black middle-income seniors. And this is a really crucial point as we move beyond defining the problem and really start to think about housing and care solutions for the middle market. Policymaking will really require high levels of cultural sensitivity and cultural competencies to ensure that the needs of this diversifying population are adequately met. So once again, we recognize that not all middle-income older adults will need caregiving and support. However, the data shows that a considerable number of these older adults are expected to have fairly substantial health and functional needs. We project that a majority of California middle-income seniors will have mobility limitations or more than 3 chronic conditions by 2033. And the way that's defined in the HRS, that's about half of the chronic conditions that they're tracking, so it's not insignificant.
We're looking at about 21% that are projected to have cognitive impairments, which we know is a challenge that makes it really hard to live independently. And all of this data goes to suggest that at least a subset of the middle market is likely to need care and support. Moving on to familial support. We know that families provide a lot of caregiving, so we wanted to understand what the composition of families looks like right now and how it may change over time. On the left, when you look at Californians over 75, fewer middle-income seniors will be married by 2033. This is due to demographic changes in marriage and divorce patterns in the baby boomer population. But that 10% percentage point decrease in those who are expected to be married or have a living spouse is a big deal, with spouses often providing a lot of the caregiving for this group. On the right-hand side, we include proximity to children in 2018 and see that 43% do not have children living nearby. Again, these are folks who don't have many unpaid options to rely upon without the support of spouses or adult children. So now that we've talked a little bit about how many of these older adults will need support and may not have the option of family members to provide that support, let's dig into their financial resources. Here we look at middle-income California seniors and disaggregate them into quintiles to give you a sense of how their resources are distributed. You can see that income is the biggest financial resource for the first 4 quintiles. Most have incomes between $30,000 and $45,000 a year. They do have a small amount of savings in the form of assets, which may include things like a 401k, ranging from about $4,000 up to about $24,000. To be used on an annuitized basis. We'll get back to housing in the next couple of slides, but in general, housing equity is relatively modest and is most relevant in that highest quintile. So now we move to look at the ability of these middle-income seniors to actually pay for private care in California. And to do that, we first have to start with the question of how much it's going to cost. So we estimated that assisted living rent plus annual medical expenses, which includes out-of-pocket costs plus premiums for Medicare, is about $75,000 per year on average in 2018 dollars. When we apply that $75K threshold to the distribution of middle-income seniors, we see that nearly 90%, that is 1.4 million California middle-income seniors, are not likely to have enough financial resources to pay for assisted living, assuming they do not sell their home. Now that last part is a big caveat, and it's an important one to understand. In many cases, individuals may still have a spouse or children that are living in the home, and so it may not be available as a financial resource to support long-term care needs. We also know that many families try to keep their home as a nest egg. In real life, people don't know how long they will live, so they want to have an insurance policy for any unforeseen events. However, even if we assume these seniors are able and willing to sell their home and use the equity to contribute to their long-term care costs, we still see that nearly half of California's middle-income seniors will not have sufficient resources to pay for this kind of private care. Now, up until this point, we've been talking primarily about people who will not qualify for Medi-Cal. But we do know that the real solution for a lot of these individuals is that they delay their care, their health deteriorates, and at the point where they need care and they've depleted all of their financial resources, they qualify for Medi-Cal. We're not going to get into this too much today, but as part of the research that NORC undertook for California's middle market, we did a deep dive on the near-dual population, which we define as individuals with incomes between 139% and 400% of the federal poverty level. These are people who, if they begin to have significant healthcare needs, they might begin to spend down to Medi-Cal. We were specifically looking at this part of the analysis only with income as a financial resource, since that is what will be used to determine Medi-Cal eligibility. And what we found is that these individuals actually make up a significant portion of California's overall forgotten middle, with about 1 million in this near-dual category, and more than a third of those will be over age 85, indicating higher levels of care will likely be needed. want to shift gears a little bit right now and take a look at how these data points could potentially look for actual individuals in a few illustrative case studies. So NORC is very big on data. Our team is comprised of a lot of data nerds who find the charts and graphs we just shared really compelling. But we also know that behind the HRS data are real people. And if you're someone who responds better to a human story, we've drawn some actual respondents from the Health and Retirement Study. Again, these are real individual respondents from the HRS that we've given names and photos to give them more personal touch. And then we've completed a picture of them to give you a sense of what their health situation is, what their family situation is, and what their care needs might be. I want to point out quickly that we did 5 case studies. We'll only get to a few today, but you can find the full slate on NORC's website. So first, I'd like to tell you about Maria. She's a college graduate, she's married, and in 2018, when she responded to the survey, she was 61 years old. By 2033, she'll be 76. She's expected to still be married at that time. Her husband will be 88 years old in 2033, and she's also living with her children. Maria has already shown some mild cognitive impairment in 2018, and we anticipate that by 2033, her cognitive function is on the decline, and she's diagnosed with dementia. Although her children do live with her, they work full-time, and so they're not able to take care of her during the day. Her husband has some chronic conditions with ADL limitations, so he can't provide the kind of care that Maria may need as her dementia progresses. While Maria has low medical costs in 2018, we project that those costs will begin to rise modestly, though we do see sometimes that when folks have dementia, they can otherwise be healthy, and so we see those costs rise to about $1,400 a year. So after we remove her projected medical expenses, that leaves her just shy of $80,000 in annual financial resources to pay for additional long-term care needs. That sounds like a decent budget that should be able to provide a lot of coverage, but as I've mentioned, and as you obviously know, California is a very expensive market, and those regional markets across the state can vary pretty significantly as well. So if Maria were to live in El Centro, she could pay for full-time personal care services for about $39,000 a year, which is about half of her financial resources. But in San Francisco, that cost goes up to $78K, which would really deplete nearly all of her resources. If the family decided that it was really challenging for Maria to remain in the home and ultimately she needed to move into an assisted living facility to support some of her memory care needs, then interestingly, the costs between El Centro and San Francisco become more similar. She has enough resources to pay for it, but it would be really stretching those resources. Now, let me introduce you to Glenn. Glenn was 66 years old in 2018, and he'll be in 2033, he'll be 81 years old. He's widowed and does not have any children living nearby and does not own his own home. He had some mobility limitations in 2018. His health continues to deteriorate, and he really is going to need help with his ADLs in 2033. His medical expenses are increasing, and he does not have supplemental coverage, so out-of-pocket medical expenses before premiums is about $2,000 a year, and even that feels conservative. While he's doing okay, he simply doesn't have anyone to provide unpaid care should he need it. And so he only has annual financial resources of about $35K after paying it for his medical expenses. If he were to need a home health aide, he would not be able to afford that in either Redding or in Santa Cruz. He'd fall short of that by more than $40,000 in each of those areas. Similarly, if he wanted to look at a private assisted living, that would be $50,000 in Redding and about $63,000 in Santa Cruz, and again, he would not be able to pay for those. So Glenn is a really good example of what we're describing, someone who has some financial resources to support his long-term care needs, but really not enough to pay for the true care that he needs, especially in a California market. So he's likely just to go without, or potentially he'll get by with a much reduced set of supports that doesn't adequately meet his needs. And finally, we have Angela. Like Glenn, she's widowed, she has no children living nearby, and she does not have home equity. At the time of the survey, she was 67 years old and will be 82 in 2033. She has some mobility limitations in 2018 and fairly low overall medical costs. However, by 2033, her mobility is on the decline and she's assessed to be at a very high fall risk, which puts her in a particularly precarious position without having any family caregivers. After medical costs, Angela's financial resources amount to a little under $26,000 per year. So if she has a fall that results in needing personal care services, we can see that she's short anywhere between $35,000 and $42,000 living in Visalia or Los Angeles, respectively. And if she has a major medical event which impedes her ability to remain in her home, she's similarly unable to afford assisted living costs in either of those areas. She's just an example of someone who, with just one serious medical event, could spend down to Medi-Cal. So that concludes our presentation for today. On behalf of the NORC team, I just want to thank the SCAN Foundation and West Health for funding this critical research, and a big thanks to Village Movement California for allowing us to share the findings with you today. It's been a true pleasure. Thank you.
So now we're going to open the Zoom room, and we're going to have Kristen join us for Q&A, and also Ryan, and I have his bio. And she just passed along to me the slides. So we'll make those slides available to you. And they also, NORC, on their website, have a lot of information that we can share with you. So I talked about, oh great, it's happening. I talked about Kristen, and Ryan Murphy is a data scientist, and he did the scientific analysis for them. And what we heard is that it was quite complex, what they did. So I see them on the computer, and we'll get this up on the screen. Okay, hello, and welcome.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
We can hear you. Can you hear us as well?
Yes, we can. And I wanted you to know that we have over 100 village leaders, sponsors, and stakeholders here in Oakland.
Thank you so much for having us.
It's a really beautiful day here. It's sunny and warm, and a lot of people ate lunch outside. So we have volunteers who have microphones, and we'll run the microphone to those of you who have questions. You'll ask your question, and then Ryan and Kristen will answer. So here's a so questions. Here's one. Oh, you need to get the mic.
Thank you for doing this incredibly important work. It's scary and overwhelming. I guess I want to poke a little bit, and I hope you won't take this too personally, because I think everybody does the same thing you've done. You fall into this narrative of comparing apples to oranges. Apples are in-home care. Oranges are assisted living, which includes room and board, food, utilities, transportation, entertainment, and care. So how about we tease out in assisted living how much that care cost was? Or when we're looking at in-home care, we tack on how much the home cost, the utilities and the food, and to really make it an apples to apples comparison.
All right.
Yeah, I understand. That's a great point that you brought up. I would say that the primary intention of this was more just to look at the total financial resources of this population. And, you know, I would say that the initial release of this study that we did in 2019 was funded by Nick, who has certainly they had a propensity to look at assisted living as a primary sort of line to establish of whether people could afford that or not. Now, in our 2022 refresh with our case studies and some additional data that Kristen brought in from Genworth, we tried to make some, you know, people could not afford assisted living. Well, here's what they could afford with care, with the money they had. So to your point, there's sort of like you know, whether it's a location-based, sort of like a cost of living, sort of static measure of what additional cost would you need aside from the cost to get care to just exist in your own home. And I think that that would be, in addition to the work we've produced, an additional data point so that you could do sort of that apples-to-apples comparison. So, you know, I think you know, this is a important body of research that we see as requiring some refresh as we get more, you know, increasingly more boomers into that demographic. So as we can refresh the research with different cohorts of people, we can continue to think about how we can make this more relevant to care sectors beyond just assisted living. So I appreciate that feedback, and we can take that into account. And if you have sort of sources of market-based assumptions related to cost of living at home and utilities, in especially California, that would be, you know, certainly useful to us as we continue to refine this in future years.
I'll only add that we know that most people would like to age in place, that they want to age in home and community, and that we do want to, this original study, I think, did a very good job of outlining the problem, like defining the population, and really digging into the magnitude of the problems that we're going to be facing in the next 10 to 15 years. What's missing now is what are the policy solutions that are going to help this demographic that we've identified be able to age with dignity. And I think we're in a place right now where we need to start really thinking through the policy solutions that are not going to be just private assisted living. It's going to be the whole gamut of housing and care options that we need to look into. So it's a point that's very well taken and one that we're taking into consideration in our research.
Thank you. Hi, quick question. In your research, some of those options, did you dip into some of the programs like PACE?
No, we haven't, but in thinking about those longer term policy solutions, we should, that is one we want to try to look into in terms of figuring out all the different programs that are currently available, looking at the needs that they are meeting, specifically for middle income seniors. Again, this is something that is under development right now, and something that we're thinking through.
Yeah, and I would also add to that NORC actually just won the contract to do the next round of the PACE capture of the population, and some work I'll be doing is sort of projecting a PACE-like population that is not yet enrolled in PACE. And so anytime we can marry this sort of full administrative claims look at everybody that we can identify in the population versus a representative survey, that's sort of NORC's bread and butter. So when we can marry those together, a little more contextual knowledge of both data sets, we can bring that in the future iterations.
Earlier you mentioned that if we had information regarding the basic, or how do I state this, that people need so much money per month to live, and how to incorporate that and where to find that data. Have you utilized the UCLA Center for Healthcare Policy, the Elder Index? I've been leading a middle income senior committee in San Mateo County since 2018, and we really dove deep into the Elder Index. And it's great because unlike the federal poverty level that's, standardized across the country. It focuses on each county, and San Mateo County is like the most wealthiest county in the state of California. And so it really tells you how much each senior needs to make to cover their basic necessities based on whether they rent or whether they own their own home. So I would highly suggest looking into that if you haven't already. And
sorry, go ahead.
And one thing about policy, I just want to kind of highlight what Charlotte mentioned earlier, is policy formation. This is something that it's been dear to my heart. I'm sorry I'm having a hard time articulating everything right now, but I'm really passionate about this because as a Medicare counselor, I would have people come into my office and they would start crying because they would hear how much they would have to pay for their health insurance costs when they started Medicare. So they were just turning 65 and they would break down crying. And because they were middle income seniors, I had no solutions for them because they didn't qualify for any of the Medicare assistance programs. And that really spurred on the Middle Income Senior Committee in San Mateo County. And so you're referring to the current cost for Medicare, but on the congressional budget, the forecast for 2033, the Part B premium, they're looking at raising to almost $500 just for an average Medicare beneficiary. So this is something that, they're looking at doing, but we need to really come together for policy formation. Because right now, older adults are paying more for insurance than at any other, any age. So this is something that we really need to take seriously because it is pretty dire. Thank you.
I appreciate that. We did look at the UCLA tool and sort of benchmarking our work, but also noting that DHRS, which we use for this, is not as granular as that tool is in getting down to the county level. And so, there's ways to access the HRS data with an additional DUA to get to that county level that we did not have the resources at the time to do so. It is a great tool, especially as it's contextualized in California and people you serve. And to your larger point, yeah, it is a stark problem. The policy solutions are few and far between, and I think that increase in premiums is going to continue to result in increasing capture of Medicare Advantage folks and pulling them in. So it's a tough situation. I certainly, my father worked. He's retired now. He worked in finance his whole life, so he understands money, but he had no concept for the whole concept of no concept for the cost of what it would take to live, in seniors housing. He hasn't had to make that move yet, but there's certainly sort of a lack of knowledge for folks on what it will take to plan for that long-term care. And I would say in my experience, most people coming into Medicare, as they turn 65, they're not aware that it doesn't cover long-term services like that. So there's a real sort of dearth in just general audience knowledge of the policy as it exists today and the problem that exists today. So, anything that we can do to help increase the information awareness, increase the dissemination, and help, empower you all to assist folks is really what we're doing here.
So that's really my question is, what are your dissemination efforts looking like? And what's the interface between this wonderful research and these policy-making groups? Are you guys in high demand? Do policymakers know that you exist? Is that part of your work, is to make it known? How does that work?
So, as Ryan mentioned, our original study was funded by Nick. Since then, we've really been working with the SCAN Foundation and in part West Health to move this research forward. That has included some dissemination activities. We tried to get it out in press releases in the Beltway. It has been picked up by over 50 publications. There was an Axios article with Caroline Pearson, who is the original author, on the 2019 paper. We are, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but we're pending a very being part of a larger expose in a very well-known publication. So we are, like, all of these efforts are still ongoing, and our research, we are still developing other angles, like looking beyond private assisted living, looking at the full range of housing and care options. We're looking at specific subsets of the forgotten middle, and even groups that may have been, we're calling them like near jewels. We're looking at other groups within that might have, have different financial resources or more specific financial resources, and that will therefore have different needs. So we are doing our best to continue the research and keep it really in the national discourse, along with, like, again, not dwelling on the problem as much as now we are trying to look for solutions.
Yeah, and I would add, so the initial run in 2019 and the subsequent run was to say, hey, look at this problem. It's increasing. Boomers are coming in now. And so that was the initial thing, like, here's a spotlight on this problem. Now, future work that we're intending to do moving forward is to work on, okay, so what are some solutions? Who from across the country can help us come up with these solutions? And what makes sense? How can you contextualize it to your area? So if anyone in the audience has thoughts or ideas or best practices about disseminating and getting the right people in the room for policy ideas, we always will, reach out to us. We take inquiries for that kind of thing. So, I advise you to help us as best we can to solve the problem.
I have two suggestions for policy making. One is Senator Tina Smith from the state of Minnesota, I believe, or Wisconsin, one of those states up there. She's terrific. And our Surgeon General, Vivek Murthy. Let's get him involved.
Time for one more question, and then I want, great.
I had a question. So you talked about the beautiful diversity that we see here in California, and I was wondering if you ran into any challenges in projecting how that diversity might change with the continued influx of people from other countries.
Yeah, that's a great question. It's hard to say. It's hard to project. It's even harder to project sort of the current unknowns. So, our model relies on predicting mortality and not mortality in 15 years from now. So there's a lot of things that certainly impact immigration, migration, influx of people. Now, we don't know necessarily where future seniors are going to be coming from. We can sort of guess based on current events of the world. But we know that given current population, we're projecting that those current seniors are more diverse than the seniors, the to-be seniors are more diverse than the current seniors that will be, in that middle market. So, as the population of our country continues to turn over and more people come in, yeah, we will see that diversity continue to grow from outsiders as well as current residents.
Well, I want to thank you so much for devoting your time and energy to Village Movement California and our constituency. And one of the things that your research has done for us is elevated the conversation about the needs of middle and moderate income older adults. For a very long time, the main conversation has revolved around the safety net programs, which of course are really, really important to preserve and to support and even to expand. But because of the binary thinking in our culture, it was an either or. Well, if you're not talking about low income, Medi-Cal eligible folks, we don't want to hear about others. And I think that this research has given some legitimacy, given us a platform from which, through data, to make the case for the work that we do, which are largely Medicare recipients, many of whom are part of this 1.6 million older adults of the moderate and middle income. So thank you so much, and you will be hearing from us.
We're not happy to discuss this topic, but we realize the importance of doing so. So all of your great insights from your work on the ground really, that helps our research improve, and I think it's sort of a symbiotic relationship in that way.
Yeah, we use the term reciprocal. That's core to our movement, reciprocal. We're helping each other.
Yeah, that's part of my life sciences background is symbiotic. So.
Good. Thank you. Thank you so much. So now, we still have some stuff to do. We just had this fantastic presentation. Now we're going to have a break, 15-minute break. And during the break, I want you to place yourselves in the workshop that you'd like to be in. The workshop in here, which will accommodate most people, is the workshop Reap the Benefits of Advocacy, Money, Members, and Volunteers. And I really encourage you to be here, to have members of your village here. One of the things that we're going to hear from 2 villages, their very successful work in advocacy, kind of writ large, both with their AAA and also with their congressperson. And then we're going to have Maria Kalina from the California Long-Term Services and Supports Collaborative talk more about what we call long-term services and supports and the policy work that's going on now, the conversation that's going on now, and the invitation that we as villages have to be part of that. So that will be in here. And in the other room, we'll be talking, it's deeper dive into villages and care. There's room for about 40, 45 people. And we're going to just talk, it's mostly going to be discussion. We're going to talk more about some of these opportunities and challenges related to care, caregiving, the limits of our model, what do we do about information and referral, care navigation, kind of nuts and bolts in that kind of a way. So think about where you want to go. We'll start in about 15 minutes. Then we'll be coming back and I will close out the formal program with some comments and State of the Village movement, and then we'll have a birthday celebration for Village Movement California and more opportunities for you to casually interact with each other. So that's what's in front of us, and let's just help each other keep our energy up. Thank you.
I'm not going to do that, but I do. If you haven't already, just take a moment to stretch, sitting, standing, just, yeah, say hello to the people around you if you haven't done that already. Okay. So this is, this workshop is, I think we need a little, what, did you just turn like that? Let's have a little more light. Yeah, because we need the help, we need the light. We don't have sugar, but we do need light. This workshop is Reap the Benefits of Advocacy, Money, Members, and Volunteers. Is that where you think you are? Yes. Good. That's where you are. I'm Avi Rose, I'm a moderator. I'm from Ashby Village. We're starting. And we're going to hear from a few other people. We're going to hear from Eric Larson from Village Sonoma Valley. We're going to hear from Katie Brandon from Pasadena Village. and from Maria Kalina from the California Collaborative for Long-Term Services and Supports. But first, following up on the last session about all the data, and it was really interesting to me because these were great, but they are researchers, they are not advocates, right? And in terms of the question of like, how are you conveying, who's getting the message, a lot of that is up to us. We are the messengers for that kind of data and for conveying our own experience. And in my experience, there are people who get intimidated about the idea of advocacy. They think it's some kind of mysterious activity, but actually, it is about building relationships, which we all know how to do. We wouldn't be here in villages if we didn't. And it's about building relationships with policymakers and others. They're not so intimidating. And talking about what we already know. A lot of it's about our own experience, but it's also about the data that we learn when we come together, and it's things that we know and feel passionate about. And when we do that, we are actually giving these people an opportunity to do their job. We're giving them the opportunity to serve the community and to meet the needs of the people of California and our own localities. That's why they're there. So, and for us, this is a way, as conveyed in the title of this workshop, this is a way for us to access money, to access new members and volunteers, to access services that our members need and that we may not provide. And in the bigger picture, this is an opportunity for us to participate in a critical conversation, and you've heard that from a few different people today, that this is a moment, as the master plan for aging in California goes more fully into effect and people know more about it and take it seriously, and as a lot of us boomers age, we have an opportunity, and in my opinion, an obligation to participate in the public discussion about how these needs are going to get met in creative ways and resourceful ways and so on. That's what this workshop is about, and we're going to cover a lot of ground in a relatively short period of time. We're going to hear first from 2 villages about their own experiences with advocacy. We're going to talk a bit together in our own table groups and in the large group. Then we're going to hear from Maria Kalina. Then we're going to talk again in our small groups. We're going to wrap it up with comments to the whole group. We're going to do all this in an hour and a quarter, and it's going to be great. So, first, we're going to hear from Eric Larson, Executive Director of Village Sonoma Valley. And Eric's is a new developing village that has made a tremendous amount of progress networking and connecting with the aging services continuum. And your village is part of a successful grant that was just announced, which you'll probably talk about. And yeah, Eric, come on up.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. It's an honor to be here, actually, and particularly considering that I represent such a new, fledgling organization. We started about a year ago, and so they say that life is a series of doorways, and as one door closes, another opens. And my experience so far with working with the village of Sonoma Valley has certainly borne that to be true. I have to confess that prior to my work with the village movement and the village of Sonoma Valley, the only contact I ever had with a legislator was, on any level actually, was signing a petition on Facebook. And so I am not an expert. I've not studied this. And so all of that changed about a year ago when Charlotte sent out a general email encouraging us to, all the villages, to reach out to their state legislator to see if any one of those legislators would champion our request, VMC's request, for state funding. And so I believe in this movement. I think that we just saw all those details and all those statistics, and I've been close enough to it that I'm familiar with them personally, experiencing them through my family and my friends. So I believe in the movement, and so I was very happy to try to help and to reach out. So I said I would write a letter. Kate Hopke then provided a template for a letter for us to send. So I added information about the village movement of Sonoma Valley, or excuse me, the village of Sonoma Valley and the village movement, a little bit about myself as well. And I sent a letter off to Mark Levine, who's the assembly member from my area, and to Senator Mike McGuire to solicit their support. Well, a couple weeks later, I received a request to meet with Anna Tamayo, who was the assistant to Mark Levine. And I was very excited. And so I called Charlotte immediately and said, guess what? They said, let's talk. And so I then asked Charlotte if she would join the meeting, and we had a Zoom meeting with Anna Tamayo and another assistant from his office. And the four of us met and had actually an amazing meeting. Here was this young woman in her early 30s, and after we told our mission and I described what we're doing and why we're doing it and all the things that are going on, she's then started to tell a story about her grandmother and the family experience around and concerns for their grandmother, who is insistent on living alone and not having help, and et cetera, that we're all familiar with. She was very enthusiastic about her support and said that she would be happy to speak to Mark Levine on our behalf. Well, Charlotte and I left, with a high five. We thought this was a great conversation. So soon after that, we got a letter from Mark Levine's office, and Mr. Levine said that he would champion our cause for the 2023 State Legislative Budget Committee. That was a major coup. All from a letter that came from VMC that I just scribbled on, and a phone call with a really nice young lady. It was actually far easier than I anticipated. So I felt like I was on a roll and I felt empowered. So, of course, Charlotte being Charlotte, the next email came, and this one is about an initiative a statewide initiative for a grant, and it was called, oops, wrong one. This was for the county, and to engage with the local AAAs, the Area Agencies on Aging. And I knew a little bit about the area agency, so I thought, let me go to one of their their public outreach committee meetings. And you can go as a non-member, and you can just sit and observe what's going on, and you can actually ask questions and participate without being a member. So I went, and it was via Zoom, so it was really easy. And after a couple of meetings, I went, I began to learn some very interesting things and some kind of disturbing things about what was happening in Sonoma County. First off, the only person representing Sonoma Valley on that committee was retiring. Just as the AAA was scheduled to launch their mandated Community Needs Assessment Survey in January of '23, which meant that no one was going to be representing the Valley for this Needs Assessment Survey. And then I found out that in the past, Sonoma Valley had not been represented well anyway, because no one had responded. And so I said, just on the spot, I'll do that. Well, heads turned. I was like, who are you? And so I introduced myself and said, well, we need this. And so actually they were very, very happy that I volunteered, because there's obviously a dearth of volunteers. And so they were very receptive. I volunteered. I handed out these surveys, and to conduct focus groups in Sonoma Valley. It was actually a great opportunity and a great experience for me. My goals in this were to demonstrate that the village of Sonoma Valley could be a viable or valuable resource in the county, and also the survey gave me an opportunity to solicit help from other community-based organizations that I had not been able to get my foot in the door or to create a relationship with. Let me see if I can open this up. Good. So what happened out of all of this is I just began calling other organizations in the county. I started with the hospital and the health community health center. I went to the senior center, and I went to the Latin community center, the food, Meals on Wheels, and on and on. And these two pictures represent the executive directors of the organizations that decided to work with me, and also a group of volunteers. I've got 2 more minutes. Oh my God. I told him I could talk. So what happened as a result, oops, the other way. There we go. What happened as a result of this, in Sonoma, a town of 11,000 people in a county of 500,000 people, Sonoma provided 30% of all the English surveys returned, and 70% of all the Latin or the Spanish surveys returned. This was a major coup. So we were very successful, and we got a lot of notice from that. It was historic in Sonoma because we blew past all of the turf wars and all of the politics and all of the insecurities of these organizations, and they collaborated and we got it done. I want to thank Katie because in a meeting that we were in, she had talked about an effort that they did, and as a result of that, I took pictures. And so I had pictures to document, and I sent those pictures to all of the organizations, as well as to the supervisors, etc., so that people knew what we were doing. Shortly after that, I got another email from Charlotte. And this one was about a grant opportunity called the Local Aging and Disability Action Planning Grant. And I looked at the proposal and the guidelines. There was no way I was ever going to be able to apply for that grant in 28 days and with all the infrastructure, et cetera, that they required. So I put it away. 3 days later, I said, I should call AAA. So I called AAA. They said, oh, we're very interested. I negotiated with AAA, and we created a partnership, submitted a proposal to the state. Then shortly after that, they told me about they were creating an aging disability resource center in the county. I spoke to the director of AAA in the county. Based on the experience we had just had with the survey, he said, why don't you apply for the steering committee for the ADRC? So I did. It was pretty funny. That's what we're done, I know. So I just want to say my results of all of this. As a result of following the direction that Charlotte was putting out and asking us to do all these things, we just received initial approval for an LADAP grant for Sonoma County. It's a $200,000 grant for 2 years to create a plan for aging and disabilities in the city of Sonoma and the city of Santa Rosa. We are still in the process of signing those contracts, but it's expected to happen soon. And as of last week, I was notified that I was accepted onto the steering committee for the ADRC. And so what I want to encourage you in closing, and I will stop, is that showing up is 90% of success. And it doesn't require an expertise or even a great deal of finesse. It's just a level of commitment and a sense of heart in there and well-intentioned to make it all happen And so wish me luck, because I'm off on another journey and the door is opening. So,
I can't wait to hear what happens next year. So yeah, two of the lessons from that, yes, a little initiative can end up taking you a long way. And one of the other lessons is, do what Charlotte tells you to do. Okay, and who knows where you're gonna end up. So we're gonna hear now from Katie Brandon, from Pasadena Village, which is 12 years old. Katie's been there as a director for 2.5 years. And her village has done excellent work to become better known in the greater Pasadena area, to expand into the LGBTQ and African American communities. And today we're going to hear about their outreach and advocacy with Congresswoman Judy Chu and maybe something else. We'll see. Here's Katie.
Yes, so Congresswoman Judy Chu spoke at our National Villages Day event in February 2022, and again at our Older Adult Resource Fair in February of this year that we held. So last year, we used the celebration of National Villages Day as a reason to launch our first resource fair ever. Wayne April, who's actually in the other room, he's the chair of our Educational Programs Committee. We have committees for everything at Pasadena Village. And he was already talking with the Pasadena Police Department about hosting one of their Coffee with the Cops, you know, where they show up and they do some like lovely handshaking and such, at the village, because we thought it would be kind of fun. And in February 2020, the COVID numbers were looking kind of positive in Pasadena, so positive in a good, negative, anyway. They were looking good that we wanted to gather outside. And so we were able to schedule the Coffee with the Cop event on February 15th, and it just kind of blossomed from there. So if you aren't familiar, in 2022, the House of Representatives declared February 15th as National Villages Day. And I like all holidays. My mom was a school teacher, so like we celebrate everything at my house. And so, you know, I take these holidays seriously. So in 2022, they recognized Beacon Hill Village on their anniversary, and the whole village movement, that National Villages Day would be on February 15th every year going forward. So Pasadena Village celebrated this event in the parking lot next to our offices. In addition to the Pasadena Police Department and their very popular K-9 unit, we had some other lovely representatives. The city mayor presented a certificate. In fact, we got a lot of certificates. Politicians really like giving them, so if you have any reason to have your village have a certificate, or any reason, please ask. We invited all of our members, and we offered carpool, like to try to encourage them to come. And then we sent a flyer to media representatives and to local nonprofit organizations that we've already started to partner with. We encouraged them to come for free raffle prizes, free coffee, and information and local resources. And we pulled this off in about a month. And so we asked our business partners and some of our community partners, like other nonprofits, to have a table. And our landlord is a nonprofit, so we knocked on the doors of our neighbors and asked if they wanted tables. So we had about 20 resource tables to kind of fill out the day. But the most wonderful thing was that our keynote speaker was Congresswoman Judy Chu. She's the representative for our 28th district, where the village office and almost all of our members live. We knew that Judy championed senior services in many of her policy decisions and many of the things she championed, and we looked at her recent initiatives on her website. So at the event, and here you can see her speaking, She talked about the importance of keeping older adults in their own homes, in the community that they love, and keeping them engaged. And then she said some really nice things about Pasadena Village and what we had been doing during the pandemic. And she knew all these things because her speechwriter had called me on Monday before the event, so it was great. I could tell her exactly what I was hoping Judy would say, and look at that, she said it. So, you know, we talked about how, you know, advocacy can be a little bit of a scary word. I still am not sure I'm very comfortable with it, but I love building community, and so, and making connections. And so it was really easy to ask Congresswoman Chu to speak at our events. There's a form on our website, and you fill out the details. It's not as hard as a grant application, I promise. And every elected official we worked with has a similar form. And then they email you a confirmation and let you know if it works for them. They do ask for like lots of notice, but we've gotten people to commit within a few days just because they have an opening in their schedule and they want to meet voters, right? So if you, like me, might not know who the representatives are in where your village is, that's okay. There's an easy way to look them up based on your zip code. You just type it in and it'll tell you everyone from your city council members on up. And so I encourage you to do that, and that way at least you know their names. And what I want to also encourage you to do is look up the zip codes of where your members are, where you provide supportive services, because a lot of the districts, especially in LA County, I'm sure everywhere else, their lines are really wonky, I don't know why. So you might not know that you're bordering two different districts. And many of your members and volunteers probably know some of the elected officials or their representatives and their people in their offices. So we try to ask our members and remind them that if they're at community events, that they can share their personal experience and why the village is important to them with our elected officials. So that it's just a constant reminder that the village is there in their community and it's active and it's making a big difference in people's lives. At Pasadena Village, we just started a small task force that's coming up with talking points for each of our members to have in their back pocket. Literally, we're going to probably have a little card for your back pocket that we're going to give out to each of our members. And this is based on the Village Movement California's toolkit. So, but it'll be very short and legible and ready to use. And so that way they can use that in talking to prospective members or volunteers, and then of course our elected officials. So our first celebration of National Villages Day was such a success that we hosted another event this year on February 15th again, and we called it the Older Adult Resource Fair. And we maybe could change the slide. So this one we partnered with a local women's club and a lovely graphic designer volunteer who I think did a beautiful job to have the Older Adult Resource Fair. And we had over 50 exhibitors. It was packed. And we initially invited Assembly Member Chris Holden of the 45th District to join us, but we found out that he's in Sacramento on Tuesdays, so now we know that. We might think about having events on other days of the week. But his office actually offered to record a video to play at our event, which would have been lovely, but it was outside and we didn't want to really deal with the video projection, so we will ask him again to come later. But what's wonderful is we have a great relationship with his field representative, Anne-Marie Hickenbottom, and she's come to both of these events and some of our other events at Pasadena Village. And in a similar way, Eric, to what you were saying, when we initially met with her, she shared about her experience with her parents and them having to sell the family home to take care of themselves and pay for care, and what a difference that made in generational wealth. And it was actually a really powerful story for me to hear from someone who is out there helping our elected officials make a difference in our community. So Judy Chu came again to our event this year in 2023, and it was she gave some wonderful remarks, and she again gave us a certificate. But also we were able to follow up with both her office and with Chris Holden's office. And last year, I also invited Charlotte to join me in a Zoom meeting with Anne Marie Hickenbottom to talk with Chris Holden's office about the importance of the budget request at the time for Village Movement California. And I got to learn how Charlotte talks with the offices. It was really great to be right there. It was just the three of us on the screen, and it felt like this just like great conversation about what could happen. We didn't have as great results as you, Eric, but at least they were aware of what was happening, and I feel like the relationship started. And so I think that's what we learned at Pasadena Village: is you open the door, you extend an invitation, and you never know where it'll come. So thank you so much for letting me speak.
Thank you, Katie. We're going to go right to table discussions for about 10 minutes. So we can pull the lights, we can see each other. So this is what we're going to do. We're going to take about 10 minutes. If there aren't enough people at your table, move near you, kind of fill things out a bit. 2 questions for you to consider. What ideas did these stories spark for you? And what's at least one thing that you can do when you get back to your village? Okay? And take notes on what you say and what other people say. We're going to share out a little bit after the groups. 10 minutes. Yeah. I'll repeat the questions. What ideas did these stories spark for you? And what's at least one thing you can do, or that you will do, when you get back to your village? 10 minutes.
We'll just sit back and watch.
Yeah.
We're going to stop these conversations for now, but this is an ongoing conversation. I hope people will continue it far beyond today. But let's hear some of what you're going to do when you get home. We're going to take 5 minutes to do this. Let's hear it. Mics. What's the, Patrick, you're going to help with this? Okay, Patrick's going to bring it. We're going to bring mics around. Yeah. Let's hear it. What are you going to do? All right.
So a couple of things. One was, I think it was Katie that referenced the VMC marketing toolkit. And like I had totally forgotten about that, but we spent a ton of money building this thing, and it's great. And it's available to all of you on our website. And there's a lot of really good information about how to tell your story. And it's just there. You just like download it and cut and paste it. So go for it. Village Movement California. It's on our website. Yeah, all of it. For those of you that have access, those of you that belong to Village Movement California have access to our website. So go find that stuff. It's great.
Thanks, Patrick. Okay, let's hear some more. I heard lots of ideas when I was snooping around the room, so don't be shy. Let's hear it.
Well, I'm going to contact my local board of supervisors, who is new and interested in my community.
All right.
And so that'll be, and I'm going to definitely make talking points from the village movement side. And I heard a super idea about
Hold the mic right up to you.
the community benefits departments of hospitals, and in particular in my area, Kaiser is important, but we feel underserved, so some great ideas.
Great, and there are tools. So you mentioned talking points. Eric mentioned a letter template that he had received. Patrick just mentioned the marketing toolkit. So there are tools for you to use. That's what they're there for. Yeah.
Well, we talked about the fact that we have no idea who our representatives are above, city council members, maybe the mayor. But the more people you talk to, and the more people you find, and the more connections you can make,
you might find somebody who has that personal experience where our story really speaks to them and it becomes their passion. So we can not have to do all the work ourselves. As we get someone else excited in the level that can do something, they take that passion and that experience that they've had and can apply it and help us.
And one thing about this issue, because I've advocated on other issues, is that people understand, somewhere in the generations of their family, they understand this issue. They have a personal connection. And Eric and Katie both just talked about that. People will connect.
And we've got to move now while aging is a subject out there in the world. You know, there's always the newest, greatest social thing that people are talking about, and aging is getting a lot of play right now. You know, media studies that are being done and discussions about baby boomers. We need to do it while it's top of mind for people.
Okay, there you go. One more for now. Any takers? Okay, well, we're going to move. But whatever you're contemplating, go and do it. June, this summer. Do it by the end of this summer, at the latest. Okay, we're going to move, we're going to shift gears here so we can learn more about the state context of what's going on. And Maria Kalina is going to come on up, and she is going to fill us in on the Collaborative for Long-Term Supports and Services. I'm not sure if I'm getting it right, but here she is.
It's okay, it's the afternoon slump. Thanks. Thank you very much. Hi everybody, how are we doing? Good. I noticed there's cupcakes that are being rolled out in the back. So I'm going to go really quick because I do not want to stand between the afternoon slump and sugar. My name is Maria Kalina. I'm the Executive Director of the California Collaborative for Long-Term Services and Supports. And we, much like VMC, are a statewide membership organization. We have nearly 60 members that represent diverse perspectives in long-term services and supports. Service providers, consumer organizations, caregiver organizations, health plans, labor unions, and together the collaborative works to advance the dignity, health, and independence of California's older and disabled adults. We're built on a hub and spoke model, meaning that we engage with both statewide organizations. For example, AARP, California Commission on Aging is in the house, C4A, I saw Michael roaming earlier. Village Movement California absolutely is a member of the collaborative, just to name a few. And we also have a regional network, local area agencies on aging, independent living centers, county health and human service agencies, local CBOs. The collaborative's regional network spans 46 of California's 58 counties, so we're pretty broad. We're pretty proud of that. And while our state organizations are working to advocate for state-level policy solutions, our regional members are actively promoting age and disability-friendly policy at the local level. And at the same time, we often come together. We come together to foster our own understanding of the LTSS system. I like to think of it as a puzzle piece, and how do these puzzle pieces come together to serve individuals? We come together to educate policymakers about the needs of older adults and people with disabilities. We come together in small work groups to develop policy solutions and recommendations and engage with our administration. And we build connections. I think relationships are so critical to movements, to social movements. So that's part of what we do, is we strike connections between stakeholders and LTSS, and we support one another in our individual advocacy efforts. Okay, so I'm going to turn to the slides, and hopefully I know how to operate this thing. Aging and Disability Fast Facts. We put together a publication for our legislature at the beginning of this year. If you would like a copy, I'm happy to share that out with Charlotte. I'm sure she can distribute it. These are just a couple of excerpts from that presentation. A little bit about the collaborative. I think I went through these key points here. So first and foremost, I just want to say that we recognize that California is in the middle of a major demographic shift. Is that a surprise to anybody? Over the next few decades, the growth in older adult population will outpace that of working age adults and children. By 2030, and we're all kind of, I think we've all heard this bullet point, but by 2030, 25% of California will be 60 plus. But it doesn't stop there. By 2060, that figure will grow to about 32% of the population. And this demographic shift will have a significant ripple across a myriad of policy areas, things that we don't usually think about. And on the topic of equity, I just want to flag that while California is growing older, it's also growing more diverse. So white older adults have been kind of the prominent figure here. And as we move on, that will no longer be the case. We're going to be more diverse. And I think it's important that when we're thinking about what do our programs look like in the future, we really root ourselves in who are we serving. And so diversity, equity, those are all really, really critical themes in the future as we move forward. And now turning to the slide behind me. California is also home to about 7 million adults with disabilities, mobility and cognitive impairments being the most prevalent. And while disability can absolutely occur at any time in a person's life, there is data that suggests the prevalence increases with age. In California, 26% of adults aged 65 to 74 have a disability, compared to just 9% who are in that 21 to 64 age category. And our state is anticipating a 160% increase in the number of adults with disabilities by 2060. We're also living longer, so that's great news. I'm excited to grow old. I don't know about you. So here's, and I know this might be hard to see in the back of the room, this graph shows life expectancy in the United States from 1950 to 2022. One caveat there is it starts to flatline as we head towards 2020. And can anybody guess why that's happening? COVID, fentanyl, there's lots of nasty stuff out there. But in general, you can see that there's been a pretty consistent upwards climb. And US life expectancy, pre-pandemic was about 81.4 years old. Another question for the audience, anybody here have young children, 5 and under? Grandchildren, 5 and under? Okay, all right. I'm a proud mother of a 3 and 4-year-old. They keep me very busy. And I always like to think about what their future might look like as they age. So following this trend, this growing trend of life expectancy, my 3 and 4-year-olds and children under 5, about half are likely to reach the age of 100. So that's really phenomenal, because there might be a time where you have 100-year-olds taking care of 80-year-olds, and and so all of this really kind of adds up to a growing need for supports, right? I had somebody here ask me what LTSS was. What is long-term services and supports? And that refers to a wide range of personal, medical, and social supports that are needed over an extended period of time. Examples, transportation, care coordination, medication management, grocery shopping, meal prep, running errands, housekeeping. Does that stuff sound like something villages do? Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. And LTSS can be provided in a variety of settings, in home, personal or home health aides, caregivers, in the community, assisted living facilities, senior centers, and guess what else? Villages. This is an outdated slide. Villages got added in. Thanks to Charlotte for her advocacy on that. And facilities, nursing homes, intermediate care facilities. Okay, so the master plan for aging has been really instrumental in serving as a catalyst for systems change. And the California Collaborative believes that its implementation is absolutely essential to ensuring that California is preparing for growing older. Our state is enriched by older and disabled adults who bring with them a wealth of life experience and make valuable contributions that really enhance the very fabric of our society. And yet, we have historically fallen short on investing in this population, which has resulted in a fragmented and underfunded system of care that's really not keeping up pace with demand. I would say that's kind of the pessimistic view. There's a lot happening in the state that we're really, really excited about. And as the collaborative, as those 60 organizations in our regional network, we are doubling down on bold objectives for LTSS in California. We are actively working to create a system that all Californians can easily navigate. That means they know about the services, they know how to get there. Access to LTSS in every community, whether it's villages, or home care, you know, all of that. Affordable LTSS choices. You all heard from Nork earlier. There's a huge challenge with affordability. What are the solutions? How do we solve that challenge? How do we meet people and make sure that they have options? And lastly, we're also focused on workforce, because when it comes to LTSS, highly valued, high quality workforce is a critical component of having a system that works. So if you too share the vision of a California for all ages and abilities, I invite you to engage. And I really love what Eric said earlier, which is it's really 90% showing up and seeing where that takes you. And your voice is absolutely critical, especially as we navigate a large turnover in the Capitol. We have about 1/3 of our state legislature is brand new, not very experienced with aging, don't really know what LTSS is, so there's that hurdle of education. We need to continue the momentum we have created with the Master Plan for Aging, and that means sharing stories and experiences and data, and educating policy leaders about needs and highlighting model programs like the villages to bring our leadership along and to ground policy solutions in best practices. Engage. Local elected officials, reach out to your board of supervisors, your city council members. Engage with your state legislators, your senators and assembly members, and legislative staff who tend to hang around, including those that are in the district. We'll always love to connect with you. And then lastly, I invite you to engage with the collaborative. Join our informational webinars. It's a great opportunity to learn about what's happening at that big picture level on the horizon. So just last week, we talked a lot about affordability. Just last week, the collaborative hosted a webinar focused on LTSS financing solutions, where we learned about kind of the progress that California has gone through, and the State Long-Term Care Insurance Task Force, which has been exploring various models for statewide LTSS benefit that would serve that middle income population that is currently not able to pay out of pocket but does not qualify for Medi-Cal to have these services. CDA, we've got a representative here from CDA. They're also gearing up to do some work in this space, and stakeholder engagement opportunities will be announced shortly. So lots of momentum, and it just takes plugging yourself in. And I also would invite you to connect with the collaborative's regional representatives to learn more about what's happening on the ground with local age and disability-friendly planning efforts. Sorry, so in closing, let's elevate villages as a model and make sure that they're part of the solution as we work to transform the aging experience in California. If you're not sure how to start the conversation, check out the report that you received in your packet today. That's got some really, really great messaging. Charlotte and her team did a great job on that. If it's helpful, the collaborative has resources. We have on-demand trainings for advocacy. How do you really speak to your legislator? How do you even find them? Who do you call to schedule an appointment? And it really does. It takes a village to create social and policy change. I fully believe that we're more effective when we learn from one another. We're stronger when we work together, and we're louder as a unified voice when we can come together in venues like this and carry that momentum forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. We have time for some Q&A with Maria, so let's...
See, and I'm after the cupcakes. I'm already packed up.
Yes, we're standing between you and the cupcakes.
Mm-hmm. It's okay, don't be shy.
Questions?
I'm happy to stick around. Questions?
Q&A or observations? Yeah, back there.
So if I was looking for your organization on Google, what would I Google?
I would Google the California Collaborative for Long-Term Services and Supports. And when you get to our website, just know that it's going to be revamped this year. It's a little out of date. But we're on there. All of the kind of base information about the collaborative is available, and hopefully you all have my email and just can reach out to me directly. I love hearing from folks. I've loved meeting some of you here at this conference today, so that's fantastic.
I think we could look at whatever follow-up communications is going to come from VMC post-conference. We can include that, among other things. Yeah. Links to resources.
Actually, I have a question. Would you be able to share your email with us? Would you please share your email with us?
I would love to share my email. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes.
I have a question I'm going to throw into the mix here. So we've been hearing a lot about the data and the demographics and some of the problems that we know about. And unless I've missed it, we haven't heard that much about some of the bolder specific solutions that are being advanced right now. So could you give us, could you fill us in on that?
You know, and I was talking to Jackie here from the Department of Aging, there's so much going on that frankly, it's really hard to keep up with. There's a lot of momentum. I will highlight the things that I'm really excited about. When it comes to LTSS, again, I think financing has been so critical, and we've been through the rope on financing solutions. It's been a couple of years of working up to this place where we're looking at some sort of benefit that could help the middle class. At the same time, starting next year, thanks to our legislature, we are removing the asset limit for Medi-Cal eligibility. So that doesn't really play into effect if you're earning above the threshold amount, but hopefully people won't have to sell off their assets in order to qualify for Medi-Cal. So that's a really big win. And of course, expanding safety net and some of the efforts there. I think, well, there's a lot, and I think, you know, it might be helpful to include a little bit of a summary in the materials that go out.
Yeah, because I think the problems are sobering. We're really familiar with them. I know that there's important work going on and that there's solutions being advanced, but it's hearing about those is inspiring and motivational. It's important, I think. Yeah.
Obvious part of the question I was going to ask. The second part is, what would you suggest we do as small villages in relation to the LTSS challenges?
I would say get engaged. I would say much of what you've heard today, reach out to your legislators, reach out to your boards of supervisors, you know, start to make those relationships and those connections. Wherever we can, you know, really be unified in our messaging and really telling the story together, that's where we start to make a difference. That's where we start to get traction. And so absolutely, and I think, you know, if there are resources the collaborative can share, I think Charlotte and I should kind of team up and see what we can put together for you all.
Yeah, I think it would help with our talking points to ask some specific points of what's gaining momentum that we might be able to support.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. There is going to be, in the coming year, Village Movement California is going to advance some communications and advocacy campaigns to support all of us getting engaged. But don't wait for it. It'll help, but don't wait. Other questions, comments, observations, things you're excited about doing when you get home? Only cupcakes. Anything else before we wrap up? Okay, well, I want to thank Eric and Katie and Maria and everyone for participating in this workshop. We got a lot to do and we're going to do it. So, thanks very much.
Okay, everyone, I know that the cupcakes look so tempting, but I can't let you eat them yet. I have orders from above. So the other presentation is just, or workshop is just finishing up, and they're going to join us, and Charlotte is going to speak to us, and then we will have our birthday celebration with cupcakes. So thank you so much.
So let's sit down. We have time after you listen to me for some 20 minutes or so, and then we can continue our conversations. And thank you, everyone, for just keeping your hands off of them. Okay, there's a group of people in the back. Let's just get settled. And I really applaud you for hanging in there and absorbing as much as you're absorbing. Karen, you have to wait until I talk. All right. Okay. So this is State of the Village movement, and it's become a tradition that toward the end of the conference I give you my thoughts about the State of the Village movement. And what I want to say today is that I think the state of the movement is very, very good. Yeah. You all are here. We have new villages forming. We have lots of people around the state and in the aging services continuum who are paying attention. And we could really help solve some challenging situations. You know, COVID, well, first of all, the village movement grew slightly during the COVID era, and Dave Kuykendall and Pat Brown and several others conducted a survey at the end of 2021 and found that overall we grew 4% in our membership. And this was before this next boom of members, when people really realized, look, I don't have the kind of community I thought I had. I really need a village. So we've expanded and we're expanding more. And I think the other thing about the COVID era is that, you know, we reinforced our value as an infrastructure for social care. We kept our members safe and supplied, and we really held up that banner of social connection and community as the antidote for loneliness and isolation. And now the rest of the country is coming on board, and we have Dr. Vivek Murthy, who's really underscored that with his recent advisory. So I think we can claim that we're an antidote for social isolation and loneliness, that we're a powerful force for belonging, service, purpose, and meaning. And we were founded to serve as a unified voice and force to ensure the ongoing sustainability, growth, and impact of the village model. And our unified voice has found expression in the Master Plan for Aging. So if there's something you take away today, it's the Master Plan for Aging, the Master Plan for Aging. You heard Kim McCoy-Wade talk about it. You heard Susan Damaris. And just in a minute, I'm going to take you through this report. Village Movement California is both a coalition and a movement. As a coalition, We represent and are made up of grassroots, organized villages coming together. And we're only as strong as you are. So I make the case for villages every day. You know, Susan made that joke about she'll hear from me. And so I need you to step up and to fulfill your mission and to really lean into the work that you're doing and that I know you want to do. And we're also a movement. And what a movement does is it changes policy. So we've been hearing about policy, and also changes opinions, changes the narrative. And we talk about how we want to revolutionize the experience of aging. That's what we're about. So during my first year with you, which was 5 years ago, I heard over and over again that villages are the best kept secret. Do you remember that? Villages are the best kept secret. And when I dipped my toe into the statewide aging world, I had a lot of explaining to do. I either needed to explain what a village was, or I needed to sort of fend off this concern about serving middle-income older adults. And being unknown was a driver of our organization's founding. How do we scale if we don't know who we are or what we're doing? Our leadership team invested in the work of building a brand, and I think we have a really strong brand. 5 years later, it's still viable and strong. I know for some of you that the word brand has corporate connotations, and some of the new folks in our incubator are a little touchy about that, but I want to say that I felt that way, and then I learned about the power of brand to convey the essence of what we envision, what we stand for, and what we do. And I think it's this strong brand combined with the Master Plan for Aging that has really helped people know us and understand who we are. Carolyn and I recently went to the California Association of Area Agencies on Aging, so C4A. So we're joking about acronyms in the other room. C4A, and that is the conference, the aging conference in the state of California. And in my first year, as I said, I had to explain. Carolyn and I were there. Everybody knew who we were. Everybody knew what we did. And they're really interested in hearing from us, partnering with us, and having us join the ecosystem. So I really want us to engage. That's another one of the messages. Let's engage. We take our Master Plan for Aging initiative very seriously. So Patrick, let's put it up there. I think a lot of you have heard me say this over and over again. Promote and adopt village models for older adult volunteerism and services, building on the strengths of California's diverse communities. This is really our foothold in this whole conversation, in this enterprise of supporting older adults, their caregivers, and their families. So we went to the state of California last year and asked them for $3 million. We asked them for a one-time $3 million. Lisa Coleman, very helpful with that. Many of you got involved in that and called in onto committee meetings and wrote letters of support. And you know what? We didn't get that money. You would have heard if we had. But we were so determined to fulfill this initiative. You know, this is a make or break moment for us, that we raised several $100,000 to build what we call our Technical Assistance Collaborative. And our Technical Assistance Collaborative right now has 3 parts. The first is a Village Incubator program, and Carolyn Ross is the leader of that program. She's doing an awesome job, and these are the components of the incubator. The learning community, the workshops, the curriculum and online curriculum, and coaching. And we have 9 groups that are involved in the incubator to start new villages. And here's the list of the communities that are engaged so far. This very representative of California's diverse communities of older adults. We have many ethnicities and sexual orientation represented here, and geography of the state. So we're very excited about this. This is our pilot year, and I'm planning on being so successful that we go back to Kim and to Susan. You know, Susan said, what do you want? And we say, fund Village Moving California and our villages to scale this movement. Now, one thing that we will do probably in the next year is add a component to the incubator. We're thinking of calling it Accelerator, where we really offer these same kinds of buckets of support to you, the existing villages, to help you accelerate the work that you need to do around, you know, whether it's fund development, whether it's advocacy, whether it's volunteer coordination, that kind of thing. We really know that supporting you and strengthening you is something that we need to tend to. So our incubator will include work with new villages and also with you, our existing villages. So please let us know what you need and what you want. The other component of the Technical Assistance Collaborative is the DEI, Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, Belonging Institute. And we launched that last year with 9 villages. We had 19 leaders, and they came to 4 4-hour training sessions where we talked about the complexities of identity. We talked about brave spaces. We talked about holding conversations in the villages about diverse identities, and we're thinking about whether we're going to do that again. That's something that we launched this year, and then we did 3 workshops with 3 villages that are deeply working in this space of belonging to expand their membership, their volunteer corps to reflect the demographics of their community. And we had 70 people attending those 3 workshops. We heard from Pasadena Village, Ashby Village, and San Francisco Village, and that will continue. We really seek a relationship with healthcare, and in our last group we talked about some work that we're going to be doing with West Health to see how we can draw on the several trillions of dollars that healthcare is investing in our country. So you'll hear more about that, but we want to make that relationship between healthcare and villages and village sustainability real. So now I'm going to launch into the report, and is that what I'm? Yeah. Okay. This could have its own conference. This could have its own press release. We're giving this report to you today. It takes a village to age well, and I want to go through this with you really, really briefly. This document is something that we've been working on. It's an introduction to villages. It's an introduction to our movement. And it talks about how villages and the village model is helping to fulfill the master plan for aging. So we have our marching orders. Our marching orders are to line ourselves up with the master plan for aging. So we've done this in this document. And if you look through it, let's just go to page 8. So what we have here are each of the 5 bold goals. You'll hear Susan, and you'll hear Kim, and you'll hear many others talk about the 5 bold goals of the Master Plan for Aging. And they're interrelated. So this report gives you the language to talk about how villages are helping people stay in their homes. You know, how we are helping to preserve the housing stock, how we have wraparound support to enable people to age at home, how we're helping with emergency preparedness. Those subtopics are all woven into this goal of the Master Plan for Aging. The second goal is Health Reimagined. And when I talk about infrastructure for social care, which is something I learned about from Kate and from all of you, you know, we are providing the kind of supports that people need to stay safely in their homes. No, we do not provide licensed services, and I don't think we're going to be doing that. But we do provide those like basic building blocks that older adults need to be healthy. I was funded by Kaiser Permanente for 10 years in my last job, and Lowell Solomon, who was the Director of Community Health for the national office, used to talk about how Kaiser Permanente understood how healthcare was not what happened in the exam room. It's what happens in the community. It's what happens in the home. And that's where we have our strength. Our eyes on our members through going into the home is entirely unique. It is something that we can really claim and build on. We're also sources of trusted information. And as we age into disability, as our volunteers become members and require more help, they can turn to us because they know who we are and they know that we are a trusted partner. The third goal is inclusion and equity, not isolation. That's where our specific initiative rests. And this is all about social connection, social integration, making sure that older adults have opportunities to volunteer, to be civically engaged, and for the state to offer opportunities for older adults to contribute their amazing skills and knowledge. So that's the third goal, and I think that we fit very well into that. The fourth is caregiving that works. We've talked about care and caregiving today, and so we can claim this goal as well. And then the fifth goal is affording aging. And I'd say part of what we do by being a relatively low-cost resource for older adults is that we help people stay at home. We help people stay there longer, and hopefully we're helping them to preserve some assets for when they either really need to be spending it on licensed care or to be sharing that with their larger family. So this report, I want you to study it. I want you to be able to use the language. You can use this language in your grant proposals. You can attach this as an attachment to your grant proposals. There will be a digital version available to you. We did a limited print run. We will be sending each village 2 or more copies of this for you to send to your state legislators, your assembly member and your senator. You might be in a village that has several. We'll study that and we'll send them to you along with a letter and speaking points for you to be able to share this with your legislator. You know, most of the legislators at the state are new. They don't know anything about aging, much less villages. So we want to inundate them with this excellent report so that they know who we are. One of the things that Lisa loves to say is people don't fund what they don't know. So we got to let them know who we are and that we're very serious about being part of the larger ecosystem. And we care so much about what we do. I think one of the things that really struck me today was the deep, deep, deep caring that comes from all of you. And that's powerful. We will be starting an advocacy campaign. So now I'm on my call to action, and then we have our cupcakes. We're going to be developing an advocacy campaign that we want you to join. We are going to walk you through the process of using this report as a talking point with your state legislators, also with your AAA and AAA area agencies on aging, and some of the other potential partners. So we're going to be crafting that and communicating that with you and supporting you all along the way. We'd like for you to stay attuned to and join our workshops. We're going to be doing a series starting in July. We're going to start with Area Agencies on Aging 101, and we're going to go through the Aging and Disability Resource Centers, the independent living centers, and these key funded by the state partners, potential partners who we need to be working with. So please attend those. Connect with us. I'd really like to offer Carolyn and myself as a resource for your villages. Please invite us to your board meeting this year. And if you want to go a little further, please assign a liaison from your village to Village Movement California. David Feldman and I were talking about that earlier with High Village. We're here to support you to succeed and to reach even more older adults. So please connect with us in that way through inviting us to your board meeting, assigning a liaison, and just reaching out to us anytime you need something or have a question. And then I want you to read our current events monthly and our newsletter on a monthly basis. That is the best place for you to learn about what's going on and for you to understand the opportunities that are available to you. I said earlier that we weren't able to do the shout out today of what all the villages are doing. The newsletter is the place for that. And the newsletter then leads to the website and also to social media. The last part of the Technical Assistance Collaborative I wanted to put forth is our communications. And so we're really happy to have Patrick here. And we're working very hard on our social media. We're working hard on print media. We really want to continue to elevate the profile of villages. Now that we've got people's attention, we need to deliver. So we're going to be working with you to develop this big ecosystem of communication so that we can be feeding you content and you can feed us content. So those are some of the things that I wanted to share with you today in this last closing State of the Village movement. I wanted to know if anyone had any particular questions for me. Okay, you have my email address. Yes.
Who's responsible for the newsletter?
Carol Haig. And what a great segue, because I want to recognize Carol, who is a very, very, very special and faithful volunteer, and who is Kate's my right hand, Carol's my left hand. Carol writes and edits the newsletter. Carol wrote the curriculum for the Village Incubator. Carol is there 24/7 whenever we need her advice. She's a long-term writer and editor. She has more than 40 years of multi-industry experience. She does project management, analysis, problem opportunity identification, and instructional design and facilitation. We are so blessed to have Carol as an exemplary volunteer. I love you so much. Thank you for being here, and we wanted to give you this beautiful orchid as a token of our appreciation. So thank you. So a few board members have a couple things to say. Pat? Lisa? And we found a jacket. Yeah. Birthday, oh, you want to do it from the floor. Where's the mic?
Someone asked me earlier today, you know, you like assisted living, you like communal living, why would you like the villages? Because the villages are about staying in a person's home. And I'm like, yes, because the village is about staying in a home because this is what makes sense and this is where you feel safe and you're supported. And it's also a place where you get resources for if you have to do something different moving forward. And I think that makes you the best secret weapon in the state of California, which you are trusted by these people in a way that I, as an advocate or a lobbyist, are never going to be trusted. So hold on to this powerful thing you have, because the people coming behind you are desperate for these programs.
He's on our board of directors. He was on the leadership team long before we had a board of directors. Go Pat.
Yeah, this is true. So, a couple things. One, it is, if I could be just a little bit self-absorbed, it is such a delight to see everybody. You know, we haven't done one of these in a long time, and I look across at people I've seen in meetings similar to this 5, 6, 7 years, and people new, and it's just wonderful. The enthusiasm and the excitement. This is important work, and in a way this is hard work, but you know, the love and power and motivation that this group has is just, it just floors me. I'm just really amazed at that. The other thing I wanted to comment, we are going to have cupcakes, I understand. They're celebrating 5 years, but like many things, this is way longer than 5 years. And Kate alluded to that, because it was 2015 maybe when we started on this, and we had a lot of meetings. Carolyn was part of those, and it's a joy to see what has come from that. Whatever my expectation was, it has exceeded. This has been just nothing short of extraordinary. And a lot of people share ownership of that. My part is quite small, although I'm willing to take as much as I can get. But, you know, Kate and Charlotte just done amazing work.
So do I get to wrap this whole thing? Okay, good. In 2 minutes or less. So I just want to say, I said this to Charlotte privately earlier, I am so deeply, deeply proud of who we have become, because the leadership of Charlotte Dixon, and I will take all the credit for hiring her, although Carolyn was there too, wherever she is right now. We were on the hiring team. And so, under your leadership, Charlotte, This organization has blossomed into something I don't think I ever really could have fathomed. And what we've seen here today is our connection to something so much bigger than ourselves. That we have all these stakeholders here from AAAs and from the State Department of Aging and Donna Benton, so much growth has taken place because of Charlotte's leadership. So I am deeply grateful that you took my baby, and we are well into elementary school now. And it feels extraordinary to me to be able to step back and let you do it. And with your very competent team, we're so delighted to have you, Patrick, and Carolyn on board. And so thank you from the bottom of my heart for the incredible work that you do. And it's time to age.
Just leave them on the table so